Whoops. Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Sabledragonrook. You can Sable. You were not supposed to see Trico staring at me for a second. Sorry. I forgot that I'm supposed to start from the actual title screen. Yeah, it's Trico. Okay, so timing is gonna start once I hit yes here in just a second. I'll give you a countdown, and then I'll give you a rundown of what is going to be happening here. So timing is going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Sadly, no cutscenes. Sorry, Trico's cute, but it's a speed run. Ain't nobody got time for that. Okay, so this is The Last Guardian. Same people who made Shadow of the Colossus and Eco, and I'm stuck. Thank you very much, Trico. Being a little bit loud, I suppose. That's fair. You know, we just ripped a spear out of him. So this is our friend, kind of. Trico. Big chicken dog, or chicken cat, excuse me, because some people get upset when I call him a dog. And we're stuck in this cave with him. The intro cutscene that we watched really tells us nothing about the game or why we're here. So as far as we're concerned, we are this small child who didn't have tattoos, like, before we woke up in this place. So that's kind of weird. And now there's this giant feathery creature here with me, and that's kind of scary, but it's also kind of cool. So we're going to try to be friends with him. And we are running all barrels. You can see this up here is a barrel. Whoopsie. I know how to do this speedrun, don't we? And as we will see in just a minute, Trico, our feathery creature, adores these things. They are barrels of Baja Blast. Big fan. So as the name of the speedrun suggests, we will be giving him every one of the barrels in the game. There are 48. Because that's the number they chose. Kind of a weird number, but you know. I know, there's no Mort Cam. I feel so bad. Because it was set up this morning and it's like displaying and everything, but for some reason I just can't get it to read. OBS was being a real honker this morning, so. So no Mort, sadly. No adorable little lizard to join us. However, I will be running again next week, and hopefully by that time, I will have Mort. There you go, buddy. Yeah, I guess people get upset that I call him a chicken dog because they're like, actually, his movement is more like a cat. And it's like, yeah, but okay, he's a dog though. Maybe he's both. I don't know. He's cute. That's what matters. I know. I'm real sad about Mort. Alright, so a solid 3 concussions later. We're ready to move on. This run is running exactly at the time of day where the sun is coming through my window and making it extremely obvious that I have not cleaned my computer screen in the last, like, 5 years. Can't see anything. I've never had this spear underneath me before. Not like it matters, but kind of interesting that that was the angle it chose to go. So we don't know why Trico had spears in him either. He just kind of did. He had one in his leg, one in his shoulder. You'll see he has bloody spots now from where I yanked those out. But we fed him, treated his injuries, kind of. And so he feels a little better. He trusts us now. Somewhat. What's up, my dude? So Trico's behind us. He had some armor on his head and on his body. And he's just going to be taking that off while we're over here. We're not going to watch him do that. Because instead, I'm going to repeatedly fail to do this skip, which is absolutely expected. It is honestly completely normal. I'm not just trying to cover for my ineptitude. I promise it's very normal for this not to happen. Oh, we did it. That's called ledge jump. It just prevents you from having to wait for Trico to walk into this room. Normally, you would get up on him and kind of use him as a platform. Get up here, but if you can come off of that ledge just right, you'll get a little bit of kind of weird physics that shoots you up higher than you're supposed to go. Thanks for the good luck, everybody. Now, there were 2 barrels back there, obviously. I reset a checkpoint to kind of teleport me forward so that I didn't have to go through that tunnel, like, in the longest way possible. But that also means that now Trico doesn't get to eat those barrels on his own because I reset his position when I reset the checkpoint. So we'll have to feed both of those to him. If he eats one and then you reset, it doesn't count. So we have to be careful about how we do checkpoint resets versus which barrels Trico has eaten. Everybody misses Mort. I'm so flattered on Mort's behalf. Hi, buddy. They picked up this mirror. Don't know what it is, but as the boys said, I don't know. Seems useful. Guess I'll take it. Excuse me, I'll borrow it. Definitely plan to return it at some point. Here you go, buddy. Alright, so wherever I shine the light of that mirror, Trico will shoot lasers. As you would expect from your chicken dog. And that's going to come into play for a solid 5 seconds before it's not a mechanic anymore. Oh, thanks, Treeks. Hey, buddy. So being good at all barrels is about understanding Trico's body language, understanding, is he going to catch this barrel? Is he going to take it from my hands? Does he even realize that I have it? Does he not want it right now? This is actually a fairly sophisticated AI. Very smart, even if he doesn't act like it. And I could have left those on the floor to see if he would have just eaten them while I was up doing this. But usually he doesn't, and then he just gets really confused. This whole game is about mitigating Trico being confused, so here you go. Donk. Right on the top of the head. I know that that one is one that he really doesn't have good tracking on. So if I had waited for him to act like he was ready to take it from me, he probably would have missed anyway. So we're gonna go with Trico. We're gonna try to find our way out of this room that we both kind of just woke up in. But lasers. And so throughout the run, if I don't just absolutely glitch through the floor, what? Throughout this run, I'm gonna be leaving Trico behind. It's adorable, but he loves to take in the scene. And we're going to be making ample use of checkpoint resets. Every checkpoint is guaranteed to start the same way. So once you step over a checkpoint and reload, it'll always start the same way, which means this checkpoint knows that Trico's going to be standing right behind me. And so, voila, Trico is standing right behind me. Which means we just teleported Trico entirely through that hallway that we walked through and did not have to wait for him to choose to mosey his way on over. That is potentially the worst debris setup that could be in that door. Just completely blocking the way perfectly. Very smart, even if he doesn't act like it, is how my mom would describe me. It's our beloved little boy. We have to... This debris, I tell you what. Here, Trico. Alright, so Trico's afraid of water. He won't come down unless we tempt him with a snack. And then knock me over. Yeah. Now, it is really, really hard to get him to eat barrels when he's in the water. So we need kind of patient here. See, he missed. And this is going to come back to be even more challenging later. Because there are going to be a couple puzzles where he's not standing in the water, he's actually swimming. And that means that he can't grab barrels like that anymore. So we have to make sure that we, like, hit him in the face with them. Otherwise, we just have to, like, start over. Hey, man. Here you go. Oh, you got it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't give you enough credit, my dude. One more. We desperately want him to be catching these. Good? Yeah. Cool, cool. We want him to be catching those because waiting for him to fish them out of the water obviously takes a lot longer. And there's a lot that runners can do to set it up so that he'll catch them, but as with the majority of this game, a lot of it's Trico. What? Why are you shouting so much? Okay, up we go. Trico's gonna abandon me unless I absolutely freak his name constantly. He's trying to make forward progress, which, you know, is fair. He's trying to jump up onto a ledge that's going to lead us out of here. And while I appreciate his initiative, I would like for him to stay here. It's unlikely he might be able to get that on his own. But no, he's just staring at me. Want me to solve your problems for you? Look at him just being like, what's up, man? I've broken my leg, but I'm a small, flexible child. I'll walk it off. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. He's trying to be helpful, and he's only making it worse. And now he doesn't even recognize that I have the barrel. Are you ready, my dude? No. Oh, look at this creature. Being just the worst. Come here. Dude. Thank you. Ah. Go. I love you. But you're kind of a goob. Okay, he was supposed to take this jump on his own. That's just the Trico we have today, I guess. This truly is like working with a small child. Yes. Yes, I am a child, but I'm not the one that needs supervision here. Yes, you can do some Trico warps, checkpoint resets, but you need to be careful because otherwise you can teleport Trico forward, but the barrel doesn't count. Like, it doesn't matter. He shows the animation for eating it. It's literally just like, it's gone. Trico's like, excuse me. You are my only snack provider. Where do you think you're going? So we've made it outside. Do we break our legs in this category? So many fractured femurs, you have no idea. You're gonna be jelly by the end. We've made it outside. We were stuck in this cave previously and we don't know why. But Trico is super interested in this white tower that he's looking at and screaming at. And for the rest of the game, he will scream at it every time he sees it. And as the boy, who, you know, we don't know why we're here, we're like, yeah, okay, sure. Trico's super interested in this, so I guess that's what we'll do. So from now on, our goal is going to be to get to that white tower. We are starting at the very bottom of this place, called the nest. I almost died. And throughout the game, we'll be working our way closer to the tower and up. So always be going up is the goal. Because we're kind of in this weird valley. It's shaped like an open soup can. Like it's tall on the sides. And we need to be up in order to get out. Trico's behind me. He's jumping on a bunch of pillars that are all kind of sequentially breaking underneath him in order to follow me. I'm very intentionally not looking at him or calling him. It's all very carefully spaced. Okay, so Trico is going to be still jumping behind me. I want him to... Whoopsie. Okay, well, so much for that. I want him to not feel as though he needs to chase me. Very cool. Oh, wow, we are really far back. Whatever. That'll let me set up for this again. I want him to not feel like he has to chase me really closely. If I'm calling him, he feels pressured, right? He's like, oh, my boy's calling me. I need to go. Which is why we're not calling him. I want him to stay far back because eventually he's going to walk across that pillar that I now have to knock down. And I want him to not be all the way across it when I see him again, basically, because I'm going to be up above him. If he's too far, he's going to have to, like, do a bunch of turning around and reorganizing himself in order to get up to me. And I want to interrupt him while he's doing that so we don't have to wait for it. Because as much as Trico does make this very cozy, it's still a speedrun. And despite the fact that I died, nobody saw that. I mean, died? I've never done that. I don't know what you're talking about. Trico! Trico, what are you doing, man? Okay. Excuse me. He just decided halfway through he was done participating. Thank you. Okay, let's do this again, but better. Don't. I very nearly faced my death again. Why? I have never in my life died there. Now twice in a row. Alright, so Trico is hopefully just now going to be coming across that pillar. The whole point of trying to space all this the way that we did, so that we stop Trico before he does what he just exactly did. So now we have to wait a little bit longer. Sometimes Trico just follows you really fast, and there's not much you can do about it. Right, buddy? Come on, dude. Alright, so it would have been a little bit faster, right, to not have to wait for him to turn around like that. Which is why we try to space that the way we do. But Trico will be Trico. Love it when this doesn't explode. For no particular reason. Alright, Trico has a really hard time eating this if we try to feed him in this little corridor. I'm just gonna throw that down the stairs. Come here. You ready? Wait, thank you. So the fact that you have already seen me a couple times use the mirror when I meant to pick up a barrel is a great opportunity. Hold on, Trico. To talk about the fact that every action in this game is the circle button. I don't know why, because there's like 5 buttons they didn't use. So using this mirror is circle, picking up barrels, heading Trico, grabbing just various things, levers, etc. All of it is circle. So whenever we're in a situation where like I have the mirror, I'm standing next to Trico, there's a barrel and maybe like an enemy or something, there truly is no telling what's gonna happen. You can see I'm having a hard time picking this up just because it thinks I want to use the mirror. So it's really common in like fights and stuff to just run over and start petting Trico's ankles for no reason. Hey, we actually grabbed this. I wasn't counting on being able to make that. Because this is where we're going next. Okay, so Trico's gonna be down here. It's gonna take him forever to figure out, number 1, where we went, and number 2, how to get up here. So, this checkpoint is distant enough from that barrel that we just gave him that it's safe to reset. It will still give him credit for the barrel. But now, put this mirror away. Put the mirror away. Please, child. Thank you. And I need to grab this quickly, boy. Child, man. Thank you. Oh, the controls in this. Don't do it, buddy. Don't do it. Trico sticks his head in here. It's impossible to get him back out. Why we kind of had to be a little quick. Trico, make up your mind. Alright. For all the more he wants snacks, he doesn't make it very easy. But alright, we're good for a little while. Barrels are very front heavy in the game. There will get to be points where we're just doing like a straight any percent for like 20 minutes. There's a big wall in front of him, in case it's not clear what's happening here. Trying to find his way to me. All 4 feet are on the ground. It's safe to go. And of course he turned around. That's okay. We'll just have to wait for him to spin again. Okay, bye. Dude. Okay, he's super distracted. We're just gonna start this again. There's a little trigger out here that he can step on that encourages him to go and like look at the white tower and shout at it. That's his favorite thing to do. And he did accidentally step on that trigger, so I'm not gonna wait for him to do that whole animation. Hey, thanks for the good luck. Come on, my dude. So it's tell Trico what to do. Trico will just... And honestly, that's kind of true the entire time. But I can encourage Trico to do things as a speedrunner by doing things like what I'm doing now. By climbing on him in specific places, he naturally kind of adjusts his body to suit me. So for example, if I'm on like the left side of his head, you can see I got him to turn his head to the left a little bit. And in doing that, we can kind of encourage him at this early point in the game to face the right way or to notice things, get him to go a little bit faster. Now, unfortunately, there is a little scripted event here. The trigger is right underneath Trico's foot here, where he's going to be looking across. He's going to see this, like, pulsing cage. Looks like a bird cage. And it makes him super, super upset. Whoa, Trico, my dude! He just left that so instantly. I'm so proud of him. He stays there for, like... If you're in any percent and you're just trying to run past that and not get this barrel, you basically count on like a 40-ish, 37 to 42 second time loss if he triggers that cutscene. Oh, scripted event. And he just walked right past it. Look at him go. He's all the way up there. So proud. I have literally never seen him go past that fast. I don't really know what to do with the barrel now. Because he's never here. Come here. Come on, you're not gonna want this on the stairs, dude. Here. Good. Good, good. So he's just drinking gallons and gallons of whatever it is that's in there. Definitely just Baja Blast. Nothing more suspicious than... Trico, where did you go? You were doing such a good job. Trico, where are you? Why did you end up all the way out there, my dude? You just went and stood on the scripted thing again. Yeah, uh-huh, Baru. Don't yell at me about it. What a goop. Don't look out the window, man. Look out the window on your own time. Boy. Oh. If you've never played any Trico games, they all can be kind of a little... You kind of have to get used to the controls, kind of, still. But Last Guardian especially is... Last Guardian in particular is... I don't know if I would describe it as slippery or what, but it's something. Something unlike anything you've played before. The controls are a not insignificant part of the speedrun. Alright, we got another barrel down here. Again, kind of have to be fast or Trico's going to be in a weird spot. Also, you may notice these butterflies. 3 butterflies indicates that a barrel is very close. In this case, I mean, yeah, obviously. But, you know, for newer players who are trying to find barrels, the A butterfly, that indicates probably like around. Because there's more butterflies the closer you get. This go with the deciding he doesn't want to shoot his laser. Alright, so we've made it over to that cage, which he was looking at before, the one that made him really upset. Why are there feathers down? I've never noticed that there's feathers like floating down over here when Trico is like very obviously not over here. So there's a good reason that Trico was really upset about this place. And I'm standing in a very specific spot on purpose. Because Trico's gonna crunch me. That's just kind of how it goes. So the best we can is in a spot where he's gonna be able to get me. Like, we don't want him to be hopping around and doing all sorts of readjustments in order to get to me. I just want to be right in front of his nose when control goes back to the boy from the cutscene. Yeah, I wonder why that feather was there. Because I saw it before the reset and then noticed it again after the reset. So that means that it is, like, there. It's not just one of Trico's feathers that was errantly off in the distance. It persisted across the checkpoint, so... Maybe we should be looking up. Time we run. See what we see. So Trico crunched me. Somehow I'm okay, and Trico's the one who's not okay. Some weird things happened. But the thing that the boy notes, nice jump, is that mirror that I had is gone. I don't have it on my arm anymore. We don't know where it went. But now that's one less thing that the circle button does. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm assuming too, that Susan just left. But I wonder if we can actually see her. If we look up. So this is our first encounter with the enemies of the game. They're just called armors, which is the same in both English and Japanese, just armors. And the boy really can't do anything. They just pick him up, carry him away. They try to take him into blue doors. So going forward, if you ever see a blue door kind of engraved into the wall, that usually means there's going to be an armor encounter. That's death for the boy if the armors are able to take him through the door. So obviously we don't want that to happen. The armors can also do like some Naruto-looking ninjutsu stuff to cast like sigils. If the sigils hit the boy, they'll put symbols on my screen, and I have to mash through those in order to be able to continue to control the boy. So it's not great to be hit with those. A lot of times, you know, it's kind of unavoidable to some extent. But you'll see me just get rid of them essentially as soon as I can, so that I can continue to have full control of my movement. But since the boy can't do anything with these guys, wake up. I need Trico's help. Thankfully, Trico loves me by this point, so he's willing to help. Also, he just really hates these guys. It's kind of a 2-for-1. I'm gonna grab this helmet, which belonged formerly to one of the armors. It doesn't look like Trico left the other helmet, which is great. That guy's gone. That guy's helmet's there, though. Hey, Trico. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Real quick. Okay, great. So I threw that helmet over the ledge, and the only helmet left should be this one. So Trico's gonna be looking back at me. He's like, "Excuse me? What do you have?" And he's very upset about this. He's really, really upset, specifically about the helmets that the armors are wearing. So he comes rushing in here, just ready to go to town on this thing. And we use that to our advantage, if I could ever see what's happening. So the way this is supposed to play out is Trico's supposed to get really upset, which he is. And we need to climb on him and, like, calm him down and then get him into this room. Below me, there's an opening that we need to get him to head through, and then we can, like, climb up to where I am now. But if we trick Trico by just keeping one of those helmets and putting it in the place that we want him to go, we don't have to pet him to calm him down. We don't have to get him through the hole. We just go on without him. So it's much faster to do it that way. That's called helmet skip. And sometimes it doesn't work because, you know, there's too many armors that he has killed in, like, a not favorable way. So there's, like, 4 helmets or something, and he focuses on the wrong one or whatever. But that went well. Yeah, it really is a good thing that the boy is the only one who's feeding Trico barrels. I think he would get mixed messages very quickly. We're only his friend because we feed him. Right, Trico? So he's always going to do this section roughly the same. The scripted event, it's happening in the game engine. It's not... Trico's always going to run down. Ideally, he's going to go around the back of this building, which... and then he's going to run forward. He's going to run forward. There we go. Slide to a halt. Turn and look at me. And then come toward me. And do kind of like a spinny. Spin around. You can see the big white tower up there. As per Trico protocol, we have to screen that every time. There we go. So these scripted events that Trico can do, like this one, it's important to understand that they happen within the game's own engine. Because that means that even though Trico did, sometimes he doesn't. Because every time the game is independently calculating, you know, what's the fastest route to get these things accomplished. And sometimes that takes Trico to like really unfavorable places. Sometimes he doesn't go around the back of that building. He kind of gets stuck on a rock and then just stares at you for 2 minutes, you know? So just because it's supposed to happen doesn't mean that it's going to happen well. Trico is now hung up on a big... It's basically a big barrel. It's a big jug of the stuff that's in the barrels. And he loves it. He's super distracted, will not go anywhere until we close it to make the smell stop. Thank you, Trico. Takes a lot of time for him to unstick his head and everything from that hole. Why we just reset him there. And now he's here. Thank you, Trico. He won't jump if he doesn't think that you're, like, getting away. You have to go and hide over there, so he's like, oh no, my child. Thanks for waiting, dude. Oh, I missed. I missed. Ouch. Oh, my ankles. Hang on, Trico, hold on. I mean, he's still just waiting here for me. It's just... Whoopsie. You have to walk for a distance that is relative to how far you fell. So if you only break your ankle a little bit, you'll walk it off pretty quick. If you fall really far, like I just did, which was pretty close to actually just dying, you have to... Was the tail always that long? Good thing to notice. The tail is not always the same length throughout the game. Kinda depends on where in the game you are. Which is why sometimes, if people paint Trico, which you can do with an item that you eventually earn by giving him like a ton of barrels. Oh, Trico! You left me! Excuse me, get back here! I was on him and then he just kicked me off. But yeah, if people paint Trico early in the game, dude, then you'll start to notice later, because some parts of his tail won't be painted anymore since it's changed. A goober. This hallway is always dangerous for exactly that reason. I mean, you can see that it's very narrow, and it's easy for the boy to kind of get scraped off of Trico, which is what happened there. But yeah, not only does Trico's tail change length, but you'll see that right now it ends in like a hard straight line. Later on, it will kind of end in like a bulb thing. As it can. I remember this runner and this run. Oh, thanks. It wouldn't be December if I wasn't doing a ton of Last Guardian. Always gotta say hello to our best boy. Who is no longer afraid of water. The boy doesn't always say that, I just want... Trico's taking a bath, he's having a great time. And then all of a sudden, he's like, hang on a second. I see something. I don't like this. And if we look up here... There's another Trico up there. And our Trico really doesn't like it. Hey. Fezziwig, come here. He's really upset. Sometimes he's more or less upset depending on just how he feels today. But that's why I was a little surprised by that feather earlier. I wondered if maybe that was her. I had never seen that feather, so I wonder if maybe I had just never in that spot. Intended way to do this puzzle is you wait until Trico's up here and then you climb his tail, but obviously that takes a lot longer than just hopping on his head. Alright, Chico, you ready? I need you to be super duper good, okay? Oh, thanks. Trico, hear me, man. Are you ready? Whoa. Apparently I'm not ready. Buddy, get it. Yeah. So there's a giant abyss underneath Trico right now. If he misses these barrels, there is no second chance. So I really need you to be paying attention, my man. Good. Good, good. Now these eyeballs. We haven't really talked about these eyeballs yet. This one's broken, so very easy. But we're gonna see these throughout the game. We've already seen one other one. And for whatever reason, Trico is absolutely terrified of them. We don't really know why. We're kind of assuming that, you know, somehow they were used to train Tricos about where they could and couldn't go. And if they disobeyed, they were punished, right? So they come to associate the eyes with bad things. So Trico's really scared of them. And he won't proceed, he won't do anything, in fact, until you get rid of them. So that one was broken, it was no big deal. Oh, buddy. Honey. Come on, we still have a chance to salvage this, my dude. Alright. You're better. Normally we would just proceed. As the boy, I would use my spot on Trico's back to hop up onto these pillars. But there's a barrel down here, which we need, so I can't leave Trico in this circumstance. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I gotcha. I'm gonna actually pet him to calm him down. Just because I'm already here. You're fine. There you go. And he starts to calm faster throughout the game. As he learns to trust you more, he needs less petting in order to calm him down. I'm also going to take that spear out just to be nice to him. Here, buddy. You worked so hard. Why don't you have a snack? Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, we're interested. It's always really funny to see him staring at you, and then his eyes just, like, literally light up when he realizes you have a snack. Now, the thing is, I still want to do this skip. No longer in a very good spot. So, go. Like, yeah, I can't reach. It looks like his head is in the right place. Also, look at this posture. Man, look at this power stance. Go does yoga. Obviously. Thanks, buddy. Okay. It's way easier to do this than it is to get Trico to, like, kind of line up over there with where he's supposed to be jumping to. It takes forever because I can't tell him to do that still. I still don't have the ability to give him command. Yeah, no, the fact that this game is so at the mercy of Trico is what makes it super appealing to me. because like every single run is different. Every run, it's kind of wild because every run is different, and yet simultaneously you can have a pretty good idea of what your time is going to be. Because Trico's going to be a goober, you just don't know how. And so you factor that in. And yeah, I mean, there's going to be some runs where you lose 10 minutes that you didn't expect, but in general, you're going to have a pretty good idea. It is kind of a nightmare in the sense of, like, I had originally submitted Platinum percent to Really Really Longathon, and then I withdrew it because I decided to do a Platfecta, which is all 3 Team Eco games. That's Last Guardian, Shadow of the Colossus, and Eco. Getting the Platinum trophy in all 3 of those. And I'm really excited about it. It's gonna take me, like... Uh-oh. It's gonna take me, like, a couple days of continuous streaming in order to do that. Because the Last Guardian Platinum by itself is, like, 12-ish hours. But the problem is, unlike the other 2 games, Last Guardian Platinum isn't guaranteed. Because it's Trico. And Trico needs to do some RNG-based things that you can't control. So it's like, I don't even know if I'm gonna get to do the Platfecta, because if Trico doesn't do those things, I just, like, don't have a Platinum in Last Guardian. Oh, nice job, dude. More than one? I don't really want to see him turn around, but it is what it is. One more, man. Whack. Okay. So I shouldn't really go in this direction until Trico has finished that portion of the fight. If those armors are still around when Trico... Like, when his shoulders pass into this hallway, his AI will get super confused. And he'll do, like, this really agonizingly slow walk down this hallway, and then he'll turn all the way around, go super slow back toward the beginning, just to redo the fight. He gets, like, super put on a very not ideal path. Then again, excuse me, good sir. You hear how the fight music's still happening? I would like for you to fight, please. Thank you. Well, boy. Trico did a good job. So what you didn't get to see, because I reset the checkpoint, was when Trico came through that door, he stepped on a pressure plate that trapped his tail. That's why I had to do all the stuff that I did with, like, going to pull that lever and all that. I had to free up his tail from the door so he could help me fight. Yeah, I'm really excited about doing the Platfecta. It's just so daunting to know that I could do 12 hours of a speed run and then just, like, Trico doesn't do what he's supposed to do, you know? And I have no control over it. I know, buddy. This one's challenging. Hard to figure out how to eat this one, huh? Good job. I was very quick for this barrel. If it gives you any perspective. I'm running splits, just for curiosity's sake, and I just saved 3 minutes and 27 seconds on that barrel because it takes him forever to eat. Did a very good job. Now, this room is important to the speedrun for a variety of reasons. This is called Command Skip. It's one of the early points where runners who are kind of new to the run struggle a lot. Trico needs to walk around here, and eventually we need to get up to this platform, this broken one. During any percent, we'll stop Trico basically right there. And we'll use some manipulation. Oh, you stepped over it, dude. And you stepped over it again. What a goober. We'll use some manipulation to force Trico to sit down but lift his head up, which is something that he's not really supposed to do. He's supposed to keep his head down when you're on his head. And by being on his head and having him lift his head up, he basically boosts you all the way up to that platform you need to go on. We can't do this, at least as intended, in the any percent. While we're doing all barrels, because obviously Trico needs barrels, and he's way past the point that we would have stopped him at. I'm still going to try to get him to do it. It's just going to be not quite what it would look like in any... The solution is to put laxatives in the barrels? You're telling me. Ugh. If there was just like, you know, one barrel that's like, yeah, this is the Miralax barrel. Just give him this and he'll poop. It's like, oh man, perfect. You know? Okay, buddy, spin around. Let's see if we can show this off. If not, that's okay. But you come here. Come here. Yep, good job. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, fine. It's just kind of fun to show it off. You can see Trico lowers his head when you're on it. But if we pet him... Usually it takes times. This time he was kind and it only took 2. He'll kind of lift his head. We just boost ourselves up here. So that was command skip. We still did it. It just doesn't look the same as it would at any percent. Flop. Don't worry about my broken leg. Well, the broken leg doesn't matter because, you know, we just reset the checkpoint and I'm fine. Hey, buddy. It's over there. Yeah? So the important thing about the room that we just went through, the reason it's called command skip, is because that's the command room. That's the room that finally teaches you how to control Trico. And that is a lie. It doesn't teach you how to control Trico at all. It teaches you how to give gentle suggestions to Trico, and he may or may not follow them. Ready? Good job. Hey, look at that. Practice makes perfect. That is a trophy for getting Trico to catch 20 barrels out of midair. Ouch. Thank you, Trico, for not catching me. And the fact that we've only given Trico like 24 barrels or something, that was quite early. That. Good job. Yeah, no, he just straight up eats the wood, everything about the barrel. It's just fiber, right? Right, buddy? A little seasoning. As you can see, I just told Trico what to do, and he was just like, nah, I don't really want to. So yeah, this is the other 80% of being good at Last Guardian. Just being able to give Trico commands and him listening more often than not. Understanding his body language and knowing where you need to be so that he can understand you. Are you ready? I don't trust you. Yep. Did that barrel just like go off into the great beyond? Oh, here. Okay. Trico, I swear. Trico, do not. Okay. I thought he was just gonna push it off into a chasm. Yeah, well, you said you were ready last time, dude, and then you lied. Okay, so we've got a section now that is basically just any percent. We're good for a little while on barrels here. Trico's squirmy worm. It's obviously more ideal to have him catch that barrel out of the air, because not only do you not have to chase it around on the ground, but you can get up to this ladder without having to tell him to take you there. Which is nice. So Trico's behind a door now. We're separated from him. And that's not ideal, because as you can see, there are armors in here. To find some way to get Trico into... Or these guys notice me. If you're playing on a base PS4, you'll actually have a harder time with this puzzle. Because the way that the base PS4 loads these chains, they'll get tangled on themselves a little bit. Oh, Trico, this is like the worst I've ever seen. So that right there is basically the best that the boy can do. If Trico knocks an armor down and I'm fast enough, I can grab its head and yoink its head off. But Trico has to knock him down first. I can't knock him down. So we really are just powerless again. But fear not. I am not actually ripping anybody's head off or anything. There's just mist inside the arm. Like, animating. So you pop their heads off, the mist comes out, and then the armor can't. Next room, same deal, except there's more dudes. Oh, that was close. I risked it because I wanted to be cool, and I regretted it for a half a second. This boy is... I mean, I guess his feet are tiny, but, like, he has no qualms about the fact that he is just a mile in the sky. Alright, so this room, like I said, basically the same. There's just a lot more armors. Touching the floor is the checkpoint. And not only is that beneficial via the fact that we don't have to climb down the walls to get to the floor, also beneficial because this starting position for the armors is pretty favorable. Can't really ask for much better than this. And they will always start in the same spot as long as you reset that check. There are ways to make it like a little better, but it's not really worth it. In here, Drake, I need some help. So all of this, like, running around, I'm not just running around willy-nilly. Like, that worked very well. I'm organizing these armors so that ideally Trico can hit more than one at once. I'm basically grouping them up to make it easier for him. That. Now you can see Trico's looking straight through the floor. He was watching. There he goes again. We need to wait. Because one of the armors that he slapped off of the ledge actually wasn't dead. It was still fully intact, still had the mist inside of it. And the death plane for this room is really far down. So that armor was still falling, and technically he hadn't died yet, even though Trico took care of him, knocking him off the edge. And if we had reset there, we would have had to start the fight over again. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Wag task strats. Here's another eyeball. This would make Trico very upset. if we would ever let him see it, but not gonna. Alright, Treeks, you ready? Now, Trico is very smart. We all love our chicken dog. He's going to be able to do this entire section by himself. I told him to get up here, but aside from that, he's figured it out because he's got a big brain. I'm going to try to take this spear out. Love our Trico. There is a marginal benefit to taking spears out that will come into play 2.5 hours into the game. Let's be real. It's more than... In all barrels, it's more than... We'll cover that when we get there. I think it's hard for runners, especially new runners, to like watch what just happened. Watch Trico just stand there and stare. And not want to, you know, give him a command or something, but it's just, it's the way it works. He was doing everything 100% correct. He would not have done that any faster if you gave him command. In fact, he would probably have just gotten confused and started going backwards. But I think it's kind of a paradoxical speedrun in the sense that in order to go fast, sometimes you have to do nothing. So there's a chain over here, right? And this chain is attached to this door. I'm not strong enough to pull that chain and open the door, so I need Trico to do it. But I can't just explain to Trico in human words, hey man, I need you to yank on this. So I need to find some way to incentivize him to do that. That was a fall damage cancel. We tricked the game into thinking that I was supposed to be climbing on that pillar, so that I flipped it real quick and didn't break my leg. Otherwise, that fall is too far. So we've got a bucket of his favorite juice. Same stuff that's in the barrels, as always, anytime he encounters this. Head over heel. And so we're going to attach this to the chain, and that'll get his attention. Thankfully, he loves to play with this thing and not, like, just straight up swallow it. I don't know if it's too big or what the deal. But here you go. Where are you? I was gonna say usually it's up here to me. All right, so it's faster to reset the checkpoint than it is to recover from breaking your leg, pick up the pot, and then bring the pot over here, because the pot teleports with you. Go, buddy. So Trico is just loving it. He is all about that chain right now. He's playing with it. There we go. So now I need to find a way to get him under the door too. Because obviously if he's yanking on it, he can't also be going under it. And this always happens roughly the same. Sometimes Trico can be a real goob and it takes an extra cycle, but... Alright. So Trico's gonna notice that I'm here, and he's gonna say, oh! The only thing I love more than this bucket is my human. I'm gonna go check on him. And then he's like, wait a minute, there's a door in the way. I don't like that. He's getting ready to charge at the door to try to help me. By timing it correctly, I was able to interrupt him from doing that so we don't waste time on him slamming his face into the door. And then I gave him another command that was basically just, hey, Trico, interact with that. So he goes back to the pot. To lift this door up, and I'm gonna open. There's a small chance that he'll release the pot again and come over to look at me. But this has been going correctly so far, so. Go, buddy, go! Good job. Wow, that was a big one. Lifted that way higher than he needed. For the sniff. Hey, man. That'll get him off that thing. Doesn't pay attention to. I'm gonna queue up a command and then get on his head so that he doesn't just sit down here. He's being some kind of goober. Hey man, what are you doing? Here you go. Don't forget. You mean this barrel? I don't want him to do footsies. Which I think he just sat down and is doing. Oh yeah, he's doing it for sure. I was trying to give him that command. Hey! Because now you can see he won't pay attention to me. So this is footsie. This is when Trico puts one foot in the air for absolutely no reason and then doesn't listen to you anymore. This little dark spot on his tail is where it started to grow from. Oh, I mean the split. I may or may not have forgotten the split. I make no promises. Here you go. Put your foot down, dude. Put your foot down. Bruh. Bruh. Thank you. Now get back here. Eat your little snack. And let's proceed. Yeah, uh-huh. You good? Hey, Goober. What? You get a little confused, buddy? Yeah, I got a little confused by you. So Trico's stepping forward. I got off of him before we triggered a little cutscene. Because I'm going to be able to during this cutscene. Of course, the boy just But if I were a cool person, I would have broken one of these eyeballs during the cutscene. Which, you know, obviously Trico is very upset by these. Doing. Trico's doing the less favorable sniff. He'll come over and he'll sniff at these broken eyes. He wants to know, like, what the deal is. There's a far away sniff, which is the one he was doing. And then there's a much closer one where you can climb up onto his head and, like, proceed while he's still sniffing. Otherwise, you... And of course, another eyeball. Gotta get rid of it. So this eye is connected via like a rope to this platform. So as that eye falls, the platform is also gonna break. But I know where to stand because Trico, I need your help, buddy. And all this stuff that you can see here in the background is places we're gonna go. We have already been down here. Joe loves to break things. That little arch behind Trico's head is where we saw the other Trico for the first time. I mean, this is the tower, obviously. So this whole world is super interconnected. Yeah, you can probably go there. And of course, that's a scripted event as well, where Trico catches the boy. But because it's scripted and not a cutscene, the game is actively calculating, and sometimes it calculates wrong. Boy might just fall to his death. It really is a gamble every time. The same thing's gonna happen here. This is attached by a rope, so it's gonna break this platform. You can see down below, this is where Trico rolled around in the water. Trico is shouting at the White Tower right now, which is right here. There's actually an eyeball up over there that we're gonna get to later. That eyeball that's broken is where we're gonna do eye skip. It's wonderful! So many things, so many places. Trico's doing a good job with his tail here. Still gonna be close though. So Trico is dangling. If we were cruel, we would just let him continue to dangle until he fell. And that is a category called bad ending. But we're gonna be nice to Trico. We're gonna save him. In order to do that, he needs something to hold on to so he can lift himself up, so I'm gonna help this pillar to roll down because that gives him something to grab. And of course, the place that I'm standing is very intentional. I want to be able to move during this. Good job, Trico. Thank you. So he's having a great time. He's just giving himself a little head scratchy. He'll catch up. This guy is not going to let me get up here. I'm just going to reset the checkpoint, actually. And there is actually a difference. It's kind of the runner's choice whether they want to reset the checkpoint or not. But you can see this guy has a spear now, which is why I chose to do that. Because this wasn't going to play out the same way the second time. Trico wasn't behind me the first time because I left him behind. Which meant that that guy near this place that I'm standing now had a sword. Because he was interested in capturing me. But now that Trico's here, he's like, oh, better take care of the Trico first. So he changes to a spear, which means he completely ignores me. So you can basically, if you want to take longer, but have a guaranteed chance of getting up onto that ledge, you can reset. Or you can just try to go while the guy has the sword, and he'll probably catch you. Trico, are you done, dude? What did you do to them, man? Absolute obliteration. I didn't even hear the fight happen. What was that? He seriously might have just, in jumping into this room, just landed on both of them, because that was by far the fastest that fight has ever gone. What did you do? I didn't have to call him or anything. Trix, I know you're not gonna catch this. You ready? You're not very good at this one. Sorry to say. Got it? Good job. So of course, the whole reason for doing all of that was because that big eyeball that I knocked over, stopping Trico from coming into the room because he's a scaredy cat. Yeah, uh-huh. Very upset. I get you. Now, Trico is looking at that big eye that I called out like a couple minutes ago. The broken one that I said we were going to do eye skip. Because we were just standing over there, except all of it collapsed, so you can't see it anymore. So Trico's scared. I need him to, number one, calm down. And number two, go over here. No, 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 no. There you go. So there's two ways that he can do this. He did this the correct way this time, which is wonderful. Which is he just went over here. That's all I wanted. I wanted him to do a straight up pivot. Hey buddy, I need you to come up here, okay? He pivoted from facing forward to facing left. Great. The other option is that he forward and then left, which is bad, because then we'll get upset by the eye because he took a step forward, and then he'll kind of just get stuck in a loop of like wanting to follow your commands, but then getting upset by the eye over and over again. I'm sorry, Trico, that was my fault. Got it, man? Yep. If I leave, he won't eat those anymore, so I needed to stay until he... I accidentally bonked the barrel on the railing, which is why he got confused. His tracking was then off because the barrel changed path. So, my bad. So we could see these cages earlier. Eyeball earlier. And also if you've played Eco, cages might look a little bit familiar. Right. Pushing that thing down so that we have enough height to go and do this. And here's another skip. The intended way to do this puzzle is once we get up here, you'll see that this eyeball is kind of broken, missing some pieces. So you're supposed to kind of like get up on the front, walk through it, get up on the back, go kind of around it some more, walk through another one of the broken spaces, and you kind of keep zigzagging until you get to the top. But instead, hopefully, I'm just going to cheese my way up onto a place I'm not supposed to be standing and skip right from the beginning to the end. So here's the beginning. You're supposed to walk through that hole. It's gonna take a little bit of finagling to get this boy to stand here. And then, whoop, we just skip right to the end. By jumping across the front. And this wouldn't be Last Guardian if that weren't super inconsistent. So, sometimes that eye can be interacting with, like, the wind. Like, genuinely, with the wind. That's, like, making it spin a little more than normal. And the lineup just doesn't work anymore. Because the eye is moving very slightly. It's just... That's just this game. You can see it's still moving, but... Go, let me get rid of that eyeball for you. Oh, it's so satisfying when it explodes. Because, like, watching it through the floor. Alright. I'm gonna stand down here. Whoa, Trico, you almost murdered me. I'm gonna stand down there to get a little bit less of that slow-mo. Takes a little less time up from the top. but it's also perfectly fine to jump from the top. Trico, where are you going? Excuse me, stop. Do not go backwards. Put your ears down, mister. Why are you upset? Just because I told you to do something. Grumbly, huh? Nice. Figured that one out on his own. Oh, here. Let's do this real quick. Hey, buddy. Look at this. Oh, he won't look. You can throw that red pot at him, and for some reason his AI thinks that it's a barrel. So he'll still do, like, the animation stuff. So, up above us, you can see over there, we're about to get to that drawbridge section. Up over there, with all those eyeballs, is actually the very end of the game. We will be there in, like, 2 hours. Possibly even more. No, that's more like 3 hours, actually. Oh, Trico. Trico, oh, don't let me fall. I'm safe. Inexplicably. So Trico's stuck here now. He's on this pillar. I have to find some place that's safe for him to jump to. And that's gonna lead to drawbridge skip, one of my favorite tricks. Feels super swaggy. Doink. Alright, so the reason that we do that, I didn't just make a mistake and almost die. There's a cutscene trigger up here where we would have turned back to Trico and we would have said, "Don't worry, Trico, I'll figure it out." But obviously we don't want to watch a cutscene. That takes time. So we just skirt around the trigger by doing that little hang. And I jumped through the intro to that little camera pan as well. Normally the boy would stop and stand there and like stare at the armor. But if you jump right before the scene starts to play, you get to keep moving during it. Here are some of those sigils I was talking about before that can interfere with my ability to control the boy. Calling Trico is usually the fastest way to mash those off the... Which is why I'm calling him, even though I absolutely don't expect him to come. Duck. Trying to run not on the stairs, but on this little edge thing, because the running speed's a little bit faster. Now what's supposed to happen here is I'm gonna go let down a drawbridge. Oh, come on, man. Nice. Nice dodge. I'm supposed to like jump across to some scaffolding, and then it's gonna break, and Trico's gonna be like, "Oh no, my human, he's falling!" And so he jumps over to this drawbridge before it's down in order to save me. But that, with all the like scene that plays and all that, takes a while. So instead, assuming that I do drawbridge skip correctly, we're gonna jump right past the scaffolding that I'm supposed to land on this part of the drawbridge that I'm not supposed to land on, and get over here without that scene of Trico saving me. So, that lever takes a little bit longer to pull because the game is like, "Oh no, what? How did you get over here without Trico?" And it has to spawn Trico on the drawbridge even though I didn't do the required things to get him there. And so it takes just a second longer because the game is... So we skipped like a whole little chunk there. Very pleased. That moving while I'm doing stuff. Trico has just had a harrowing experience, whether he realizes it. And so now he's sitting outside of this mine, just sitting on the floor with his little paws crossed, saying, "Excuse me, I am very hungry, and if you don't feed, I'm not going to move." Which, you know, fair. I need to set this up again. So that's why I'm going to get this barrel. There we go. You can see down here, there's all these platforms. You're supposed to throw this barrel kind of like from platform to platform and then like rush after it real quick before it rolls off. Or you can just do what I did and hook the boy's toe onto a little bit of a seam in the textures and just walk right out. Called barrel skip. We're gonna do 2 more. The poor Trico, he's just a little hungry. No. I always very carefully put it in front of him. Really easy for him to bounce it off his nip. And then because he won't move, it's like slightly out of his range and he just stares at you like a... You're like, why is Trico coming? Okay, as soon as Trico's head's under that door, you don't have to wait for him anymore. Fezziwig, get over here. Now, my TV that I'm playing this on has like true black, where it just like the black pixels are like super black. I can't see anything in here. So I have to do those jumps across the cracks in the floor from memory. Thankfully we got it. Also can't really see Trico. I guess he's there. Arm? I don't know. Go, are you? You understand? Staring at a wall. I'm not entirely confident. Come on, buddy. Gotta engage both brain cells at the same time. Alright, as soon as his feet are up there. Got a checkpoint. Dude, you didn't need to run. Like 2 inches. So I need Trico's help. This drawbridge thing is up. And I don't have a lever to pull it down, so... I need Trico to be a big strong guy for a second. Alright, he pushed it down. Good job. Go, go, go. Oh, he's not in a very good position here. Left, buddy. Left. Where are you going? Left. Alright. He's as far right as possible. If you can get him to hang super left, every now and then, you can get him to jump before this little plays. And you can skip it, which is total. There you go. Leave. So all that was he heard that other Trico again growling off somewhere in the distance, and that made him very uncomfortable. Yeah, look at you, dude. Doing all this without my instruction. Alright. Alright, another eyeball. It's all our responsibility. You're supposed to use his tail to get down to this rope, but as long as you don't mind the threat of imminent death, you can just go down here this way. And you can see, over there, is those cages that we were just on top of. Before we dropped the eyeball. Trico's behind us, very distraught. He's kind of going back and forth between the drawbridge that we started on and like this platform with the eye. You can see he's getting ready to go backwards here. Which is kind of funny because the eye really scares him, and yet he keeps like going towards it. Keeps coming back and then being like, oh, no, just kidding, I still hate this. Poor Trico. Nope. That was a quick second for me to get a drink. So if you need a drink, or anything else, a happy human, don't forget. So we're not supposed to be climbing ropes this fast. Like a movement manipulation to be able to climb rope double as fast as you. Might even be a little faster than twice as fast. And yes, these are absolutely the vines from Shadow of the Colossus. Same texture. Now, just as you're not supposed to be able to climb ropes that fast, you're also not supposed to be able to do anything other than very slowly wobble across them, like we did at that rope down below when I landed on it. But this is called Rope Run, where we can trick the game into thinking we're still on something other than rope, as long as I keep tapping the boy down like this from his little stumble. So we started a stumble at the beginning of the rope, and then we just basically kept chaining stumbles so the game never realized that we were standing on a rope. Go's gonna meet me here. Whoop! Almost fell to my death. No, 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 honey. Trico. Hey, babe. Other way. That would have gone a bit more smoothly if Trico, if I hadn't slipped down Trico's side. Unlike Shadow of the Colossus and Eco, there is no grab button. The boy just kind of like grabs when he deems it appropriate. And there, in particular, he didn't really get the memo that he was gonna die if he didn't grab Trico, so I slipped a little bit. And there's our white tower, of course. Distance. We're much higher, though. Remember how high that was before? And now we're kind of getting level with the bridge in front of it. Because no. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna go on without him. I don't need to wait for him to make up there. Spoiler alert, he does. And there's another eyeball. I can't really kick the camera over to it, but there's an eyeball behind me, which Trico's upset at. I gotta find a way to get rid of it so that he keeps. There it is. Trico's stuck on that. Saw this earlier too from the cages we were at. As with other points in this game, whether Trico is able to save me or not is down to whether Saturn and Mars are in alignment right now. Ready? Because I'm not. There you go. Catch me. Game is so wonderful. I love this. I've been speedrunning it since like 2017. Just never gets old. Sometimes it gets a little frustrating, not looking at you in particular, Trico, but... Alright, as long as we touch that little ledge, got the checkpoint here. Rico did understand me. We just need to give him a second here. Alright, now he is very smart. He is going to be able to handle the rest of this tower on his own. I'm going to take a drink. Again, it's really tempting to, like, want to give him commands here. Be like, come on, Trico, I need you to go faster. But I promise you, if you do that, he will go slower. Great. He's doing a good job. Almost there. Because again, up is always what we want. We want up. We want to get closer to this white tower. Anything that can get us up. Might as well take that out of our dear Trico. He doesn't need fear in him. And by the way, since we're just kind of on this bloody spot, at Trico, you can see the blood kind of starts to go away. So you can clean up your Trico if you really want to. Okay, I didn't see myself for a second. It's possible to fall off a Trico during that. If Trico accidentally kicks you or something. Well, we're making it so high, so close to the White Tower, and then this other Trico that we've seen in the background for the whole game just comes up, punches us in the face. Down we go. What a meanie. So we fell through the ceiling. You can see we were like all the way up on that cliff, so we fell quite far. Lucky that the shirt is made out of the stretchiest time. Right? Rude. The Trico's down there. Okay. He's seen better days. You'll see once we get a better look at his face that like one of his eyes kind of got hurt, so his ear's down. And he's not feeling super great, but he's alright. And you can see there's this chain down here. And this pillar with a little bit of platform up here. So this is the room that we were in before. We have been here in the past. This was the room where we hung the thing on the chain in order to get Trico to yank on it to open the door. So a little bit of backwards progress, I suppose you could say. 1 step forward, 15 steps back, as it were. The Trico's trying to get me. He's trying to help me. Like, oh no, you're stuck in a tree and I don't know what to do. He comes over, tries to hold on to the wall, and tries to turn sideways and grab me, but it's just not really working out. So I'm gonna give Trico a suggestion. I'm gonna say, hey man, can you like go above me? and grab me that way. And he's like, oh, actually, I do see something up there. Up he goes. Almost kicks me in the face, but as you'll see, stops himself. Very gentle with his back leg. Now we've got his tail. Gimme, give me. Rico, give me. I'm gonna need you to shimmy. Shimmy a little bit. Little shimmy. Shimmy sham. Thank you. Now, I am not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do vine skip. I'm gonna do a modified vine skip. I will show you in just a second. Alright. So you see these vines all the way down by the floor. By Trico's left shoulder here. You can jump to those from the top of the room. I am going to be jumping to them from... Whoops! Trico got in the way. So I would love to be able to jump to these vines to show what I'm talking about. These vines. Okay. So you can jump to those from the top of the room. Problem is, the distance to those vines and the game's perception of where the death plane is are almost identical. So you're probably going to die more often than not. Oop, there was barrel skip number 2. Same problem as before. Trico sits down and rightfully says that he's just been through a lot and he wants a snack. So we go and find this barrel. You're supposed to do a whole like little platforming puzzle with it. But again, we just hook our foot onto something we're not really supposed to and just walk out of the puzzle. Ready, buddy? Ooh, nice throw. That looks great. Yeah. Do that right down where Trico could get it. In a super ideal world, you can throw that from the top and it won't bounce in such a way that you need to go back down and like reposition it in front of Trico's face. So that was like super ideal, that it bounced exactly where Trico could get it. And it looked like it was good even from the top. So. Oh. Thankfully, now that the roof is open, we don't have to like reach all of the places that we just were. We can just kind of climb back out through the roof. We're still a little bit lower than we were before, but we're recovering a lot. Beanie head erased. Alright, because you can see, like, still, that's where we saw that other Trico for the first time. Like, we're still up above it. Now, up here, can't quite see it yet. There's 2 armors over there that are going to introduce something new. So we know Trico hates these eyeballs. They're going to have shields that are made out of those glass eyeballs that Trico hates so much. Which is bad for us, because the boy obviously can't do anything during fights, because he can't knock the armors over or anything. But if those armors have those shields, Trico isn't going to be helping me, because he's scared. You can see he's scared right now of these eyeball things. So we need to get rid of those, like, ASAP. Or Trico is not going to help us. We're going to die. It's going to be bad. And I don't really think that this is intentional, but it just happens this way. If Trico gets stopped by one of those eyeball shields, like, during the fight he becomes scared of it, he'll become less good at fights for the rest of the game. He becomes worse at, like, actually destroying armors when he slaps them, or... you know, he might stomp but miss them, that kind of thing. So we really want to get rid of those shields as fast as... And that's going to be true, like, any time that we... not just the... Ooh, that was kind of close. so we're gonna knock that out of this guy's hand. Knock this one down, and then if this guy gives me enough time, yep, I'm gonna knock that guy out the window. It's always very close. Grab this guy's head. Nope, that. Right, I'm gonna let this guy grab me. This might be a recipe for death. Rico might kick me out the window. Get over there, man. I'm trying to orient these guys in the same place, so yep, Trico can attack both of them. I got it, Trico. Bro, just fall out the window. Thanks, okay. Okay. Good either way. Good either way. Here you go, Treeks. We'll actually pet you to... He didn't do bad. That fight is usually pretty hard for him. Now I'm going to pause for just a second. This is a hot spot for one of... Well, it is, honestly, the hardest to get trophy. Just a sec. It's not required, it's just I really want... Here, buddy. Gonna be required during my platinum run, believe. Excuse me. No, Trico. Trico, I don't need any help, thank you. He's trying to tap the barrel to get it into like a more... Cat man. Get down here. Boy, he just cannot figure this. There you go. Cool. Now, around the corner is going to be our first encounter with armors that don't have heads. So they're completely inactive when they don't have heads. But if we put a head onto them, they will activate. I need one of them to move because he has a barrel behind it. But more than likely, Rico is going to end up smacking the head off of that one, and it's going to fly through the air and land on these other ones. So we're just going to do all of these fights. Hey, Trix, I kind of got a little problem over here. Could you help? Trico. Oh, it counts as me getting caught, even though he dropped me. So if I get caught like that, my screen gets full. Where'd you put his helmet, dude? Should have known you would tell me where it was. Ouch! So upsetty spaghetti. Chill. Here, you want armors to play with? Of course, he's facing the wrong direction. Nice. The grab is the best thing Trico can do. Because it guarantees that the armor is going to explode. The second best is his slam straight down, and then the third best is whack. Here you go. You didn't save me at all, dude. You're being phenomenally unhelpful. Thanks. Alright. calm down our giant chicken dog. Scratchies. Alright. And again, I'm gonna wait just a second. Hi? What are you looking at? Alright. Good job, Treeks. Ready? So now, being approximately halfway through the run, I would say that we have an alright Trico. On a scale from 1 to 100 of good Trico AI, I think we're probably at like a 65, 70. He's doing pretty alright. Making some suspicious choices every now and then, but... We could hear that other Trico again, that's what... So it's still out there, ready to punch us in the face when it fits. The Trico's gonna walk forward onto this wooden thing. That's a pressure plate. Not the first time we've seen it. As soon as that comes down, this door is gonna block Trico. You just get him under there. Bye! I'm gonna just skim the side of Trico there. If we do that wrong, we die, so it's always a little scary, but... So this is a big, big pot like we saw at the beginning of the game. One that Trico is just so distracted by. There's no way we're gonna get him to do anything until we take care of it. Gotta close the top of it so that he can stop smelling this delicious Baja Blast. The boy chose not to grab. Thank you. So the problem with this one is that unlike the last one we encountered, this one doesn't have a lid. So we get to find some other way to get Trico to not be paying attention to this. And we want to just basically rub our faces right on that lever. We've done that a couple times. We want to jump in such a way that the boy slides right across the lever as he comes down, because that cancels his animation of like hitting the floor and kind of being unsteady for a second. So you can essentially hit the floor and then be pulling the lever instantly. I changed the tracks. That's what that lever did. That track would have gone off to the right for that rock and it would make a difference. Thankfully for us, the floor wasn't very stable, and that's how we got rid of all that juice, which has made this water like a fluorescent green. Probably fine to be swimming in that. So we've solved our problem of Trico being super interested in that jug, but now we're stuck here. And oh, the of wood are being... Those pieces of wood can like genuinely super slow down our ability to pull this box. So we need Trico to do a couple things here. And anytime you need Trico to do anything, you never know how long it's going to take. Usually this isn't his fault, though. Like, already he's doing a really good job. It's just the game has to get credit for stepping on exactly the right place. Doing it. Come on, give him credit. Every single one of these moving. There we go. Alright. The Trico was walking around, he broke that place in the ceiling, and now I need to get him to spin around, put his big old butt over that hole. That's gonna cause his tail to come down, and then I... Sit down? Oh. Alright. Tail's in the hole. Now we are gonna just stare at the floor. By the floor, I mean the Baja soup. And there's his tail. So the reason we do that, if you're familiar with how most video games are made... Whoa! You know, the camera is looking in a certain direction, right? And you can see things on the camera. But anything that's not in the view of the camera is not loaded, right? To save memory. So if we look down at the Baja soup, when Trico's trying to put his tail down, most of the actual, like, scaffolding and stuff that he's sitting on isn't actually there. Which means that his tail can just fall down, doesn't get all tangled up in the wooden stuff, and it just ends up down there. And we'll use that a little bit more later. Like, not looking at stuff in order to despawn it. Alright, Trico's taking care of some armors that we didn't even bother to look at. 2 of them out there. I'm calling him at the same time because I want him to, like, chill as soon as this fight's over. Instead of continuing to be angry at him. Keep banging my head into that box. I should make that like a loop gif or something. So this is another spot where Trico decides that he's super hungry and he's not going to do anything. So we give him a snack. I'm trying to do this cool trick called Sancho Step, but it's not working. Bad. Fine, we'll put this up here like boring people. But yeah, as before, Trico's hungry, not gonna go anywhere. Here's your snack, buddy. Oof, you almost knocked that over the edge. Now, would just get him going right away, but this is really cute. He's gonna do a little happy dance. We gotta let him do his little happy dance. What kind of monster would you be to just force Trico out of his happy dance so that you can get a faster time? Come on. Get Trico to stick his head through all these holes. There's a trophy for finding every one of those in the game that you called Collard. These are usually, for some reason, the ones that people miss because there's so many of them that it doesn't, like, stand out to them. And because if you don't know it's a trophy, like, why are you gonna have Trico stick his head through 6 separate holes that don't lead? So hey, here's that white tower again, that big bridge that we keep getting closer than ever. We are very high up now. Despite that other Trico's very rude punch. Alright, Trico, get through here. That armor got bonked like 4 times. I've never had Trico miss me here. Oh no, that's not true. That's not true. I have had Trico miss me there twice, now that I'm thinking about it, in quick succession. Sometimes Trico can pick you up there. Can I on this giant feathery bull? Like, usually he's meant to pick you up there. He'll grab you by the shirt collar and then, like, fling you onto his back. And it's cute and adorable and wonderful. But a lot of times, you just slide off of his back and die, so... Alright, next up. We are going to try to trigger the loading zone of this Coliseum before we actually get there. Bang, we're there, reset checkpoint. Just barely touch it, and we reset. So that, when we go in here, yeah, off in the back there is one armor. Each of these alcoves is supposed to have in it. But because they spawn from the back of the room to the front one by one, and we interrupted that spawning by resetting the checkpoint as soon as the area loaded in, we have avoided a fight with of the 4 suits of armor. Rico, I am going to need your assistance, please. Thank you kindly. You missed. Alright. Good job. Good job. Now, one potentially unfortunate thing, and in fact, I am going to... Alright. Rico is here. The fight is over. The reason that I reset is because I didn't want to listen to that fight music for the next 20 minutes. Because the game, right, thinks that there's 4 armors in that fight. So if you kill just the one, the only one that's actually there, the game is like, well, the fight's not over, there's still 3 more armors to kill. And so it keeps playing the music until you another checkpoint and reset. You don't need a 10-second loop of music for the next. Now, as for how long we are gonna be, oh boy, impossible to know. This is one of, if not the hardest barrel in the game. Not this one. That one is very easy. There's a barrel up above me. And that's a problem. When people are doing all barrels runs, this is where the resets happen. Like, if you just spend 15 minutes here, it's like, yeah, okay. Here you go, I can hear you. Ready to be a... What are you doing? Why are you upset? I know, you love this thing, but I need you to leave it alone, please, okay? And again, why? Are your options either upset... Buddy, hey. Freaks. Okay? Put those feathers down. I don't want to see you be all poofy, alright? You stop? Good, man? Yeah, there's a there's a barrel up above. Oh god. What are you doing? There's a barrel up above. On, or behind rather, a suit of armor that doesn't have a head. So I need to get this head up on top by having Trico catapult it up through the ceiling, and it needs to stay on top of this grate, which is just such a tall ask. Did it just happen? Did we just do that in one try? I think this might be it, actually. Rico! Dude, is this why you're upset? That one helmet, you just had to really show it who was boss, and that's why you're grumpy? Like, please. I can't, apparently. Get on his leg! Thank you. I don't think it was first try, because it was a one-horned armor. And I think there's only one of those in this fight. And here's a one-horned helmet. But I can always go up and check and then come back down, so. Because that's the other thing, right? It's like so hard to tell. Here we go. So hard to tell if it actually went up there, you know? And then, of course, Trico is down here being the trolliest creature. Stepping on this thing. Trico. Don't. Don't. It's a very Trico-esque kind of adorable moment, but okay, that one came back down. Go, right here. We're gonna give this a couple more tries, and then I'm gonna hop up to the top, just make sure the other one didn't land up there. But I'm 96.4% sure that this is the same helmet. Don't bonk it with your nose. Trico, don't do it. Trico, what are you doing? Freaks, did you ever consider that maybe I had this in a really specific spot? And that you're just making it just so much worse by the moment? Trico, dude. Oh, wow, it didn't work? I'm so surprised, buddy. It's almost like the catapult was in exactly the wrong spot. Alright, buddy. Send me up here. Real quick. Let me just check. And we'll keep going. So yeah, I'm sure you can see why this barrel is kind of the bane of any speed. Get up here real quick. Don't want to do this for too long if there is a helmet. Oh, there is a helmet. Look at that. So we did do it on the first try. But yeah, we didn't want to spend too long. If this was actually. Is Go doing? Being upset. Again. For no reason. Rico, it's a helmet, honey. He's dead. He did, man. Up here? Or are you just gonna stare? Alright, well I'm gonna turn this armor on. And then if I get sucked into a door, it's gonna be your fault, dude. You know, I should have opened these doors first. What was I thinking? They're coming. Yo. I'm a dum-dum. I didn't open these. Oof, okay. Right, I'm gonna let him carry me for a second. Encourage Trico to get up here. But not for too long because the door is literally right here. Stop. Alright. Trico? Where my dude at? Trico? Save me? So I don't have to keep saving myself. Uh-oh. Is he still down on the floor? This is just like Hashtag thoughts and prayers. Sorry, not gonna come help you. Dude, get up here. I'm struggling. Alright, I am gonna let this guy catch me. I'm gonna have so many tattoos by the end of this run. The boy gets more tattoos every time he gets caught. Anytime, buddy. No, just definitely walk like as slow as possible. That's cool. Oh! Hey, he can't catch me if I'm down here. Of course, Trico can always just... Oh no! Trico, no! Oh. Well, that was surely something at least. You did this, man. Figure out how to get back down here. You're the one who ruined everything. We don't need to catapult again, though. The only reason we had to do that was because the door up top is closed. So now Trico can just... Hi. Wow, that was a fast jump, dude. Alright, but you actually need this barrel, so if we could avoid jettisoning me through the floor. Yoinking me through the floor is what I'm trying to say. Great. Hey, hardest barrel in the run done. Are you actually... Oh, you are! Good job, dude. That's always so rough because you won't take it unless you throw it to him, and obviously you're throwing it to him over that grate where it can just fall through. Why so? Alright, well, we made it through the Coliseum of Horrors. Get a little simpler for a while. And certainly that Coliseum barrel has gone better, but it's also gone much, much worse. And in fact, it's gone much, much worse in a really, really long-a-thon, so I'll take it. I think the worst we did was we spent 21 or 23. I'm surprised he got that. Kind of clipped the debris a little. Boy, the boy's concept of what getting on Trico means has been a little bit flexible this run. Now, this is where a lot of casual players get very confused. And I can't blame them because it's really not clear at all. There is a door way down underneath the water, like way below where the boy could ever possibly swim to, that is closed. And if we want to open it, we need to open this lever. But then we need to tell Trico to go through it. And that's where people get confused. I have so many tattoos. So it's always like super unclear to casual players what they're supposed to do. Because there's no indication that opening this door opened the door down underneath. Oh. But in the next room, once again, another very challenging barrel. But at least this one, if it doesn't work, then you have to just keep yoinking around the catapult. Alright. So I'm gonna get off Trico. I'm gonna go wedge myself. Freaks. Be down. Shake, shake, uh-huh. Do it. Do it. Alright. Oh! What you doing? Sure. To be honest. He's confused. Here you go. I need you to either come over here or jump off the top. Either way. So there's a barrel and there's a puzzle, and basically what's happening is Trico is getting confused. Freaks! Alright, fine. Come on. Recalibrate yourself, dude. Yep, alright. There we go. He has stopped. Sploosh! Alright, we're gonna get the barrel first, because I don't want to have to solve this puzzle again. Fails at this. He tries. Maximum effort. Minimum reward. Not in the right spot, dude. Get over here. Finn. Finn. Yeah, I know. Complain all about it. I know. Thank you. That's better. That's better. You got it, man. This barrel is like so annoying. Alright, but Trico's in a good spot. So the reason this barrel is annoying, I talked about this very early on in order for Trico to eat a barrel in water, he needs to be standing on something. Like he can't you know, suspend himself in water and eat a barrel at the same time. But he can catch barrels in the water. That means if he doesn't catch this, there is no other way for me to give it to him. Because then it'll be in the water. Really trying to... Alright, he got it. Beautiful. Because yeah, he can't grab it from the water, and there's nowhere in this room where I can grab it and take it onto land to just, like, give it to him. Rico, could you let me be on your head for a second? Like, in a place where I can stand. Thank you. So yeah, if he misses that barrel, it's just like you have to reset the checkpoint. You have to do the puzzle, because I didn't want to have to... Alright, now go. We got it! Oh, we got it! Oh man, I just wasted my platinum luck! Trico's pooping! Trico, get over here! Trico, get over here! World record, get over here! I cannot believe that just happened. That's the RNG trophy I was talking about for the platinum. Trico has to poop at some point. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, watch what I just did and replicate it in the platinum. Because it's known that he can poop here. But, oh, I need to get over there. I need to get over there. Can we upgrade the category to plat? Just kidding, really, really long-a-thon. I'm claiming the next 2 days for our platfecta. Okay. So the rules of poop percent. I have to get over here and grab the poop. Get over here, faster! Oh, that's so rare! Where's your poops? Poop! 225! Jiggling is encouraged. There you go, Trico. Oh, I'm sorry! I hit you in the face with your own turd. I'm sorry. Oh, give me... now I wish that I had just gone up to check the helmet sooner. I just checked. It's not poop percent world record, but it's extremely close. Sadly. But still, I am, like, super happy about that. I swear, maybe my greatest mistake is not running platfecta for really, really long-a-thon. Because every time that we've done an all barrels at really, really long-a-thon, he's pooped. And he's pooped there, specifically. Because that's what I was waiting for him to do at the beginning of the water puzzle. Which is why I just kind of stood in a corner for a while. I was just waiting to see if he was going to poop there. This brings me great joy. Unless this was my, my luck for the platinum, and I've used it all here. Funny, though. So anyway, poop aside, step is we're going through these water puzzles. Trico, obviously, big giant chicken dog. He has really big lungs. I am a small child. I do not. So he was able to go way further than me. I drowned just a little bit as a treat. And he went on without me. So we have to find out where he is. What are the conditions for Trico to poop? Have no idea. The only thing we know is that he has to be on land that is at least semi-flat. That is genuinely the only thing we know. Which sucks, because, you know, running any percent, I went like 2.5 years without seeing him poop. And obviously, the majority of the game is on flat ground, so... It seems to happen more in all barrels, and we're not sure if that's because you're, like, feeding him more, right? So, obviously he's, like, poop more. Or if it's just because, like, feeding him constitutes caring for him, and so that helps. Or is it literally just that, like, we're going slower because we're giving him all the barrels? So does that just give him, like, more time to poop? We have no idea. And in preparation for the Platfecta, I spent all of November with this game on 8 hours a day trying to figure out what could encourage him to poop. Because if I don't get poop during the actual platinum run, I wanted to, like, leave it idling overnight while I slept to try to get poop. Um, and even that, like, I couldn't get it consistent. Sometimes he would poop in a place. Sometimes I would do exactly the same thing to get to that place. Same number of barrels, same whatever. And he just wouldn't 8 hours later. So, I don't know. But there does seem to be a couple spots where he's more likely that. That's one of them. The Colosseum there. And the hallway where those 3 armors didn't have heads was another, which again was why I just kind of stood there. So we saw some feathers here. Remember, we're still looking for Trico. Here's a tail. Sleep pooping only in a speed. We're desperate. I'm so desperate. Hey, Sancho. Just miss poop. Of course, because now all our poop luck is gone for flatback. Right, exactly. Like, you don't know if it's an RNG. So it's like, if it is, you're just done for, right? Like, nothing that you do is gonna make a difference. And I've always thought that Trico's AI is based on a speed determined by your system clock. And if that's the case, it would make sense that poop is also the seed, right? So I don't know. I need to cycle her for just a second. Okay. So hey, check it out. We found a Trico. Wasn't our Trico. That's bad. But yeah, Sancho, it was at the second water puzzle. So again, like a place that we would expect. But yeah, this is the Trico that punched us in the face. The one we've been hearing in the background, the mean one. And we thought we were finding our Trico, but instead we just found the place where she was sleeping. And all of this puzzle is like really carefully cycled. Make sure we just get through it as fast as possible. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm gonna replicate in the plat what just happened there because I did the puzzle slightly differently. Because I wanted to show off something, so I did it like in a different... Because it's also kind of grindable. In the sense that, like, if Trico's gonna poop there, but he doesn't, you can get him to, like, jump back in the water. And then, like, walk up on that landmass again, in case you want to, like, give him another chance, you know? So hey, we were gonna try to get away from her by taking this elevator, and instead we have just become her little Chico. So this noise starts playing. She immediately pays attention. Stops everything she's doing. And you can see her horns whenever the noise plays. Of course, it's... There we go. I was gonna say it didn't load the texture, but... little, like, resonant waves. So whatever is making that noise is kind of communicating with her through her horns. Whatever it was, it's more important than us all of a sudden. That's all that matters. Yeah, we're just like a catnip ball. Ball of catnip that she... This is on a timer. Like, nothing I'm doing is making... Because the boy's gonna say that it seemed like he waited for an eternity. So, kind of went off in that direction. We're stuck in this cage. Rico's not here. Almost there. It is interesting how there's another cage over there. You can see it kind of off to the right. Like, I don't know why there would be. Except for the likes to play with them, you know? Oh, there's... So we gotta find... We're surely not about him. Boy's pocket the whole time. Well, seems like he should be small enough to just fit out of these things. Like, if your choice was just, like, starving in a cage somewhere, I feel like you should try that. Alright, cage positioning isn't super important here. Because we're just gonna reset a check. Yeah, I lose a little bit of weight from being... Hey, Trico! You buddy. Coming to find me. Alright, 1, 2. Down the ground. Turn around. Borf borf. Very good, thank you. Alright, now Trico, I need you to not be in the way. For any percent runners, cage puzzle is often a source of resets. Ooh, that was a little wide. He's gonna ask for pets, and then ideally, he's gonna push me up onto this platform. Problem with cage puzzle is that Trico is not necessarily very good at that. Combination of not good at it, and also once he helps you, wants to keep. But that just makes everything worse. Alright, buddy. Do it. Push, push, push. A great angle. We're back on the floor. Okay. That's why cage puzzle is a reset point for any percent. He can just get kind of stuck not being able to get you up here. He pushed me into a pretty good spot. Okay. 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 Pushed me sideways. He's not really getting this. Let's try again, Trico. You can do better this time, right? Don't stand in the way, honey. And of course you may notice the other challenging thing about this cage is that it's not just a circle. So it doesn't roll in a straight line. You have to moderate where it's going. Reveal, welcome back. You missed poop. Most notable thing that I will accomplish in this. Rico, honey, I know you want pets, bud, but you gotta get me out here first. Promise I will pet you. There you go. Good job. Alright, now I need him to leave. Because he loves to come up behind you and, like, tap the cage with his hand. And while that is very adorable, it can just start you spinning in like an irrecoverable direction, and you end up jammed into a corner. So we don't really want Trico's help as much as it is cute that he provides it. Bad times all around. Boy, once again, completely fine. Now, all these elevators are powered by these blue pads on the floor. Means that in order to open this one, you gotta get it to touch one of those activation. That was a good throw. That's okay. No hole in one, sadly. As long as we get this before Trico comes up. Hear him coming over. There, we got our momentum up. Good to go. Really, I broke my leg falling out of there. Dude, it was like 2 feet. Hey, Trico. No. The Trico's hungry again. Gotta get him more of those snacks. He'll find his way. Yeah. I will move it closer to me. Thank you, Cheville. Whoopsie. Forgot what I was doing. Okay, so the barrel is behind this statue. We're gonna do another barrel skip, just as you would expect. Anytime Trico is hungry, we're supposed to lure this guy around and then run when he's not here. We're just gonna step up here instead, and it's over. And there's no need to fight that armor or anything. Like, he can't follow me up. He's stuck down in that little trench, so... There you go, buddy. Alright, so you can't really see because it ends up being behind Trico's head, but I queued Trico up for 2 commands at the same time, which is a risky thing to do because it's very easy for him to get confused, but it looks like he is understanding correctly based on his body language. I'm going to get him to go across the stairs, I'm going to get him to turn around, and then go up to this first pillar, all on the same command. And then once we head up to the top, we're going to be into the same area where that other Trico was, the female Trico. And Trico's going to be super interested in, like, sniffing at where she was, obviously, because, you know, he's an animal and he wants to know what's going on. And we need to not let him do that, because that will take forever. He's doing good so far. I know it looked like he wasn't going to listen, but I had faith in him. That one I'm not so sure about. You got it, Treeks? There you go. Alright, let's get out of here. Yeah, Trico wants to smell all this stuff. It looks like he's keyed in on the correct thing to do. He's gonna stop, try to sniff. We gotta keep him going. Come on, Treeks. Come on. You got this. There you go. Alright, he's moved on. Also, Shavil, let me know if that's better. Because I moved it. Alright, Trico. Oh, you moved. Why you do that, buddy? Come over here. Stop moving backwards, you goob. Fine, I'll get on your head. You goober. Blinkying all around. So this is where we would have ended up if we had been able to take that elevator from the other Trico. Would have popped up through here. So hard to get Trico to eat this barrel. We'll see. Hi. Hi. Yeah, no, I'm gonna throw this on the floor. Let's be real. Like, there's no position where he could have caught that while I was up there, so. Good job. Good so far, thanks. It was probably just that I needed to move it closer for, noise gate purposes. There you go, Treeks. Alright, so we've actually gotten quite a few barrels. It's not going to tell us in the options menu how many. Because this, on this account, is the first playthrough. And it doesn't tell you until after you've already completed the game, but... Hi! What you waiting for? I know. So, as per usual, White Tower's over there. These two towers are going to be important later in the game. Those are right before the end. Oh, this is not where I want to be. Oh boy. That's better. But we're getting very close to that White Tower now, which is wonderful. What we've wanted for the last almost 3 hours. What's down below us? Oh, hey, that little Coliseum. We keep seeing it. It's where we saw the other Trico for the first time. And let's see, what else is down here? Oh, that little bridge over there is where Trico kept going back to when he got scared by that eyeball that was hanging out in the middle of nowhere, where we jumped off of Trico's face and landed on the rope. There's another eyeball we're gonna have to take care of later. That's one of the quick turn eyeballs. Boy, get up there. Now, inside this door that we're about to open for Trico, because he's kind of stuck outside, is another one of those cages. It's been a hot second since we found one of those. If you recall, at the beginning of the game, Trico was really upset to see one of them. It was like, it kind of looks like an electrified bird cage. And when he went inside of it, his horns were resonating with it. He got uncharacteristically angry and ate us. And it was a bad time all around. That's when we lost the mirror as well that we had been carrying with us so far. Hi, Treeks. This has been an enjoyable journey to watch. Thank you. This is such a fun game. So here's another one of those cages. You can see that it's turned on. It keeps, like, pulsing. Alright. I'm gonna zip Trico to me by doing that checkpoint reset. So now you'll see that he is in the hallway with me instead of having to walk that whole distance. This load is not supposed to be taking this long. Alright, so the difference is this time there's 2 armors. I am completely defenseless down here. So even though Trico doesn't like this cage, he needs to come down here in order to save me. And I need to be standing right here. As before, we don't want Trico to have to, like, move around in order to grab me, which is why we stood exactly right there. We wanted to be directly in front of his nose. Sadly, we don't get to watch this cutscene. It's very, very good. It basically describes a lot more about why we are here, what happened to get us here. So much of the actual explanation of the story happens during these cutscenes, so just because you're watching the run now doesn't mean that it's not worth it to still play the game. Because we're not going to watch the ending cutscenes either, and that is like the whole story, so. Alright, so while Trico is doing this, he realizes that he's made a mistake. And like last time I was fine, last time he ate me, but this time, not so much. So he's trying to figure out how to help me. Trying to fix his mistake. And while he's doing that, I am going to stand up and stretch because it has been almost 3 hours. So you should all stretch as well, or get a drink, or whatever it is you need to do. I will be back in just a second. I'm back. So poor Trico, right? He can't figure out why I'm not waking up this time. And he's trying to call to me. He's trying to, you know, tap me with his hands. Now he's like, what happens if I put him in the sunshine? Maybe that'll help him feel better. But I love how he puts you in the sun and then he like blocks all of the sun with his big ol' head. So as with any other scripted thing in the game, you know, Trico can do this poorly, he can do it well. It just kind of depends. So his idea is like, okay, maybe water will help, and then he just puts me face down in water. Thanks, buddy. I mean, it does work, but I almost drowned. Alright, we'll stand here and watch, because of course. Trico does a little happy dance, because we're okay. Gotta stand and watch that. Maybe Trico needs to give you a barrel of Baja Blast. It helps him. Next thing you know, Trico's trying to help you by just dunking you head first into a barrel. That's true, this boy is like immune to drowning. He has been completely fine in the past. Alright, Trico. So we have to make progress. I'm gonna try to do this little skip because we need to wait for Trico anyway. Oh, that was actually pretty close. It's the same principle as that ledge skip that I did at the very beginning of the game, where you're trying to just like accidentally get a little bit. It's like a super jump, basically. Oh, that's so close. But yeah, we have to wait for Trico anyway, so there's literally no harm in trying this repeatedly. It's just hard enough that, like, we didn't think it was possible for a couple years. Then somebody just did it on accident, and it's like, oh, well, okay. Yo, we got it. Not necessarily the fastest, because we didn't get it first try, but, you know, whatever. So it takes a long time for Trico to, like, unstick his head from that tunnel and then come back over here and stick his head in this tunnel. So we just reset. And this is the only way that we can see to go. So even though this is, like, super, super tiny for Trico, we're just like, you know, I'm sorry, dude. You gotta try to get in here. And he's coming. There he goes. Got all sorts of stuff falling on him. So I'm gonna move this grate so he has space to get through. Yeah, it was exactly that. It was literally somebody got it on accident, and we kind of thought that it should be possible based on the fact that ledge skip was possible, but somebody got it on accident, and now it's like, oh, all right, we have to find a setup. And it turns out the setup is the same as ledge jump. It's just harder to get because the like piece of the environment that you jump off of is a lot smaller. But yeah, it's basically the same principle where you just like when the boy is in the animation between running on that piece of the environment and about to fall off of it, if you jump, the game can't quite understand how high you just jumped from because you just jumped in midair, which it doesn't know what to do with. And so it gives you a little extra kick. Because all you need is like, you know, a half an inch or something in order to be able to make those jumps. The Trico kind of accidentally crushed the entire mine. Because he was too big for it. But don't worry, he's okay. As soon as these armors know that Trico's coming, they're like, oh, alright, we better get our weapons. So I'm gonna follow this guy. I'm gonna try to get him as close to the edge as possible. The boy can't do anything to this guy, obviously, because that's the way it's always been. But as Trico comes this way, hopefully he should just kind of come in here with enough force. Yep, that just tapping that guy is enough to get him to fall off the ledge, instead of just tapping him and him landing on the ground. Now, while Trico is handling that fight, because I can't really help, this is the White Tower. We're finally, like, here. There's a platform over there and everything. You can see there's 2 of those glass eyeballs. And Trico's obviously not going to want to deal with those, but there's a gap in front of them. It's kind of hard to see. So I'm going to need Trico to jump over that gap. But, of course, the problem is that there's Trico is notoriously bad at this fight, which is why I knew I had time to explain. But so we need to find some way to get Trico across that gap by destroying those eyes that are over there. And that's going to be White Tower Skip, which is probably the hardest skip speed running wise in the run. It's the hardest trick, if that's what you want to call it. I don't know if you can see, kind of hard to see, but there's a bunch of V shapes underneath this bridge. And the intended way to complete this White Tower puzzle is like Trico's not going to go across there, right? So the boy hops down to a lower level. He keeps going. He reaches the White Tower. He goes all the way around the White Tower. I'm going to stop talking because this is loud. I know I'm probably louder, but still. Where have I gone? Where am I? Uh-oh. The boy just plummeted to his doom. Oh. It's alright, we're just like right here. Trico's just literally gonna make that jump again. But yeah, so you're supposed to go like all the way around the White Tower, and then eventually you'll make it back to the top where those eyes are, and you can push them off. Okay. Can we not die this time, Trico? Thank you. Alright, so the controls right now for me are inverted, which is why it seems like I'm having a hard time running and I'm about to, like, yank back to control. Okay. So instead of going all the way around the White Tower and all of that, which takes, like, 5 minutes, we're just gonna do White Tower skip, hopefully. So those V's that I mentioned earlier that are holding up this bridge, you're not supposed to really deal with those because they're just supposed to be part of the architecture. But hopefully, we will get ourselves... This is going to take a couple tries. That's completely normal. We will get ourselves inside of one, and you'll be able to see underneath my feet that there's, like, nothing there, so you're not supposed to be standing there. And there's, like, a... It's difficult to describe. The boy in this game, he's kind of like a bouncy ball. Like, anything that he touches, he's just gonna, like, spring off of. See, we got into it, but again, he bounced a little bit and went too far. Point is, we're gonna get into this V eventually. And we're just gonna, hopefully, head straight to the top. Which, I mean, doing White Tower skip over and over again in order to actually get this set up is so much more worth doing than going around the White Tower. Because like I said, it takes like 5 minutes to go around the tower. And there's a huge risk of death because the tower... Hey! Alright. Hold on, I'll finish that thought in a second. You can see there's nothing under my feet, which is why we're not supposed to be here. And then we're just gonna zip up here and grab. And then up here, we've checkpointed as soon as we put our hand on that. And here's the bridge that we were supposed to end up on, which means we have skipped going around the entirety of the White Tower, which is an entire, like, section of the game, and we just don't do it. The biggest section that you can skip in the run... I completely forgot what I was talking about before. Before I said I had to focus. Who knows? But there's, like, way too many of these guys now, is the point. Like, they're doing so many sigils, you can see if I mash. They're doing so many sigils that I just can't get rid of them, so I can't control the boy at all right now. I can't run away, I can't fight. Most importantly, I can't push that other eyeball off. So Trico's still scared, but I'm trapped over here. Thanks, Trico. So Trico was more worried about me than he was scared of the eye. I'm so proud. The Tetris runners could mash through that. As always, Trico kind of ruins everything he stands on, so... Poor Trico. He did glide, though, which is exciting. His wings got real big. This has been really entertaining and the commentary has been great. Thanks for... I just wanted to say so. Thank you. Appreciate that. Alright, Trix, so we're gonna try to open this door so that he has a place to, like, safely get into this building. And these gargoyles here, you can see 2 of them. They're meant to break off because obviously Trico is falling further. The players are meant to jump across those gargoyles, and then one of them's going to break. It's going to take you down to Trico. You'll land on his tail, yada yada. Takes a long time to climb up from Trico's tail. So instead, we're not going to do that. We are just going to be speedrunners and jump to his head. Walk off his little buzzle there. That's a beak muzzle, because who knows what that is. And let's try this again, Trico. Hi, buddy. Pops out around the side. Please don't miss me. So yeah, this white tower, Trico completely destroyed the bridge. Because of course he did. So if we want to get to this white tower, we have to find another way. So we speculate that maybe with a little more time, Trico would be able to fly us out of here, because we can see the top of the valley now. So maybe we can get out, which is why we want to get back to, is it up or down? I think it's up. I don't remember. That's why we want to get back to the White Tower, because the White Tower is the tallest thing here. So if Trico can kind of get a running launch off of that, we think that maybe we can just get out of here. Hi, Trico. This place is so twisty-turny. I get spun around. Here. A little bit further. Yep, just gotta go up here. This is one of the further away barrels. In case you forgot we were doing all barrels, because that was like a 25-minute any percent section. Rico is waiting impatiently underneath me. This is another stressful barrel in the sense that you have to feed it to him on stairs. And so if he doesn't catch it, it's going to obviously go careening away. And you can't recover it. And then it's a long walk to go get it again. Alright, Trico, you ready? Make me so nervous, buddy. Come this way, because I don't trust you. Thank you. You just gonna take it from me? Yeah. Well, I would certainly prefer that. So, we could just do a trick here called The Thing that I created. Or we can not take the risk of dying and having to give that barrel again, and we can just go the slightly slower way. Hey, guess which one we're gonna do? Ouch. Okay, well, we got the checkpoint because we touched that, so... Oh, no! Rico, no! Alright, we gotta go get this barrel again. Rico, I was trying to be safe, dude. What a goob. That's a great example of, right, like, the checkpoint doesn't... The previous checkpoint doesn't remember that you gave the barrel. But we do the thing now, right? Apparently it makes no difference. Trico, you're making me look like a goob. You're making me look like I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, you know what? You want to do something really risky? Because it would be funny. Really? Is this what we're doing? This barrel is just sitting here. Oh, I was gonna have it roll down the stairs and it was gonna be so much faster. You know that if I had put that barrel there on accident, it would have been gone. It would have just rocketed down here at like 105 miles an hour. Okay, fine. I will ride Trico's back down to this thing, and then we will jump the pillars. Okay, Trico. Okay, Trico, get up here, mister. Delectable juice. And let's get over here. So the purpose of doing what I was trying to do is... You'll see here in just a second. You know what? I'm still gonna get him to do it. I'm on his back. Whatever. Alright. That setup is correct, even though I was on his back, so... Should be alright. There are some pillars over here. And Trico normally will just hop down them one by one. But if you know how to manipulate his AI just right, he will fly instead. Which is much faster than jumping across all those pillars. Not as fast as dying, apparently. Or, faster than dying, obviously. Dying and having to give the barrel again. But it's cool. It's cool. Wouldn't be Last Guardian if we weren't being goobers, right, Trico? Now, this is my favorite part of the game, and I feel like people judge me for that because of what's about to happen. But it's just, it's really good memories of playing this game for the first time and being, like, super invested in Trico and what was happening. Also, this spot, take note. A lot of people are like, oh, this game runs at 30 FPS. I bet you could run it at 60 on the PS5. And you can, but when you get to this point, the game will freeze, and then Trico and you will yeet off into the distance with such force that the game crashes. It's very funny. Sometimes Trico gets really stretchy. It's real goofy. There's a GIF that I made in the Team Eco Discord of Trico having like a massively long neck. And then it just like shrinking back to normal size. It's really funny. The Trico's taking care of that fight. Obviously, we're preemptively getting rid of this eyeball so that it doesn't bother him. Oh, and he's already here. Wonderful. Very fast. Thought your favorite moment in the game was bad ending. That's not true. So she's here again. The mean Trico. Our Trico is trying his best. He's not really very good at this. Alright, so I'm trying to knock her down. I'm kicking the camera because this is the speedrun thing. Tried to knock her down. She came back. Got our Trico. Going down to the next level. Alright, into this torch. Grab her tail. We need to get her off of our Trico somehow. We're gonna get this little cutscene. As if Trico isn't having a bad enough day. Now there's gonna be armors throwing spears at him as well. Alright, we gotta go, we gotta go. This has to be done quickly. Spin, leg, leg, leg. Other leg, let's go. There's so many legs. So you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to fall with them. And then you have to get on that other Trico, but it's like impossible because she's wearing armor, so you can't grab her feathers. And then you climb up a chain and you get up here. But obviously, just knowing exactly what path their legs are going to take and then running through it is much faster. So we hit her with a train. And it ripped her helmet off and it broke one of her horns. And as soon as that happened, she was like, alright, I don't care anymore. And off she goes. Our Trico, on the other hand, not looking as good. Alright, we've got that one spear in his back, which is great. Oh, we've got one in his shoulder too. And his leg. Oh, this is perfect. Alright. So, surprise! This mirror that we lost at the very beginning of the game, turns out that the reason we lost it is because when Trico swallowed us for the first time, it came off of our arm, and then it stayed in his tummy. So we've got it back, which means we've got Trico's lightning power back. I am preemptively destroying both of those armors, because that will matter later, and I'll explain at that time. So we've got hold on Trico. I'll pull it out there, which we expect. I talked about earlier in the game that we take out spears because we care about Trico, but we also take out spears because of this point in the game. The game is doing a spear check. It wants to know how good of a job you did. I would never be able to do that again. Really? Look at how that barrel is balanced. Anyway, it wants to know how good you did taking care of Trico. So it checks for how many spears are in him. And if there are too many, it won't let you proceed until you take them out. Because speedrunners don't want to spend the time taking spears out of Trico like all the time, we expect to fail that check. If we don't, that's great, but we expect to. And so the boy will only ever say, hold on Trico, I'll pull it out, if we need to remove the spears. The problem, and why I checked Trico at the very beginning of falling down here, is because it's possible, though unlikely, that Trico will land on... Oh, buddy, what are you doing? What was that? It's possible that Trico will land on all of the spears, which means that you need to take him out, but you can't because he's laying on them, and that requires you to reset this checkpoint and keep reshuffling the spears until eventually there's one that you can grab. Obviously, we don't want to do this entire puzzle and then find out that we can't proceed, so. Has it ever mentioned what the Tricos are? I mean, at the beginning of the game, the cutscene that we skipped... Oh, actually, I'll get back to that in just a second. This is the other instance where if you don't look at it, it disappears. So we specifically look away from that debris for a second so that most of it goes away, which makes it easier to throw these out. Anyway, in the starting cutscene of the game, nothing really happens. It's just... It's kind of like a scientific collection of pictures. And it starts with, like, you know, bugs and that kind of thing. And it works its way up to like fish and reptiles and mammals, and it keeps getting bigger until eventually it moves into like phoenixes and griffins and stuff like that. And at the very end is Trico. So it's kind of presumed that like scientifically he's some kind of mythical creature. But the society that the boy lives in knows that he exists because they know what Tricos are. And at the very beginning of the game, the boy says, I had heard about these things many times, but despite the terrifying tales, I wasn't afraid. So they're not entirely like fantasy creatures, they're just like rare and unusual. Alright, so we need to remove some of these spears to pass the spear check. We'll know that we passed when the camera kicks and I can't control the boy anymore. Oh, there it is. But we are good to go. And we were doing that obviously because Trico was very hurt. And anytime that he's hurt or upset, we want to give him treats to make him feel better. Because we love him. And also because he's basically a giant battery and he needs juice every now and then. This scene can be different depending on what order you do this section in. It can be day or night. I chose to blow up the train that had the 2 barrels in it with Trico's lightning, which means it's nighttime. If I had chosen to climb the train as the boy, the train would have fallen on me and knocked me out, and then I would have done the rest of that stuff at nighttime because I would have slept through the day, having been knocked out. Also, you can feel Trico's heartbeat in your controller there, depending on what kind of controller settings you have. Because you're like sitting right next to his tummy, right? So you feel his heartbeat. So now, the fact that we destroyed those 2 platforms with armor matters. Because Trico's gonna go up here. And he is gonna pass right by where those armors were. And previously, like, you know, in your first playthrough or whatever, if you don't destroy those, which why would you? You probably don't even know they're there. Trico will see those armors, and he'll be really upset, right? Because anytime he sees armors, he's really upset. So here's one, right? One of the alcoves that I destroyed. You can see there's a spear back there. And so Trico, he would have been really grumpy. He would have started, you know, flapping his wings and his eyes would have turned pink. It takes a long time to calm him down from that. Plus, you have to actually destroy the armor, which then Trico would be like pacing back and forth and he's stepping on you and like interrupting you. It's just a nightmare. So instead, we destroy both of them ahead of time so that Trico has no concept that they ever existed. And he just goes up this with no problems. Trico gets this wrong every time. He's looking in, like, completely the wrong direction, but he'll fix it. And there he goes. Very good, Trico. Not supposed to leave him there, but I'm gonna. Now I need to get him to pay attention to me. Spin around, buddy. Spin, spin. Good job. For some reason, at this point specifically, Trico will not shoot his lightning if he's not facing you. Normally that's not the case. But you may notice, we talked about this earlier in the run, that instead of shooting lightning like a lightning bolt, Rico shot like a bunch of lightning balls instead, like plasma balls. And that's because his tail has changed. Same as with his horns, right? Like he's regrown his horns since the beginning of the game. He's also regrown his tail. Another one of these cages, the last 2 times we were in here, he ate me. But this time, unlike the other times, we have the mirror. And Trico just trusts us more, also. So hey! We're able to destroy it instead of Trico snacking on me for the 3rd time. Alright, Treeks. Are we gonna do this well, or are we gonna do this poorly? Truth is, it's up to you. Stop, 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 stop. Good job. Easy, stay there. Trico, Trico, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Yep, yep, yep. Nope. Trico, you are going to murder me. Okay, not ideal, but maybe we can still save it. So we have to kind of make that blind shot to destroy that eyeball. Normally, we don't want to do this with Trico's butt in our face, but we'll take what we can get. He stepped in front of the mirror here. Going to be very challenging. You keep interrupting yourself here, dude. So we have to destroy as many of these as possible before we proceed, or it's going to be a nightmare later. Trico's doing very poorly. But, you know, we love him anyway. I cannot see what's happening. Buddy, shoot, please. There you go. Great. Alright, hopefully these ones should be a little bit easier. These are typically the easier set. Of course, Trico is trying to murder me with his tail. In a really good speedrun, hitting these is just literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just do it. Of course, that's rare. Because Trico more often does things like this, but... So anytime the mirror unfocuses, Trico's attention goes away, and we have to restart basically charging up his lightning. Alright. One way or another, Trico, we did it. Technically, you don't have to destroy those then. It's just, for the purposes of a speedrun, it's a lot faster to deal with them ahead of time. Same as with the armors. Even though that was still, like, pretty slow. According to my splits, that was 50. Slower. It's still much faster than dealing with it later. Because later you have to shoot at them while you're, like, on his head and stuff. And obviously he's moving a ton, and the mirror's unfocusing all the time. It's kind of a nightmare. There's that white tower. Look how close we are to the top. Alright, now here's one eye that we couldn't see. Supposed to take care of this when you're on the pillars. We'll take care of it here. Good job, buddy. That's so satisfying. Alright, so as soon as Trico touches down over there, that will be a checkpoint, and we'll kind of bank our progress on those eyes, which is great. So we need to get over there. But Trico destroyed that bridge, if you recall. So we need to find some other way. Cool. Okay. And it's going to become pretty obvious what that way is in just a second. Come on, Trico. I know you want to shout at the tower. I get it. Before Trico can get angry at them, once again, we're going to destroy some armors. I don't want Trico to get too close to me. So there's 2 platforms of armors up here that we're meant to deal with, like, much later. Oh, really? Really hit the seam like that? Cool. So now, as before, Trico's not going to know those even existed, so he's not going to get upset about it. Didn't really want him to run, but whatever. Now this section is also scary in things like Platinum Percent, where you're trying to get trophies for not dying. Which I guess reminds me of what I think I was trying to say at the White Tower that I forgot what I was talking about. Because the same is true here. These gargoyles don't really... I guess I would describe it as the visuals of them don't necessarily align with their hitboxes. Oof, that's the scary one. So it can look like you're gonna like interact with it. You're gonna make the jump, but then you don't because it's not quite right. And the same thing is true of the White Tower. It's easy to kind of just slip off the end of one of the platforms because like the visual texture goes further than the hitbox, if that makes sense. Okay, so we're on those 2 towers. I called that out much earlier in the run and said, hey, we're gonna be there at like 3 hours. Actually, a little later. Nah, I'm not gonna risk it. We're just gonna go. So this is one of the final puzzles of the game. For timing purposes, don't worry, we've still got like half an hour. But we need to get to the White Tower, right? So we're going back and forth between these 2 towers that are right next to each other. And we're gonna keep constructing pieces of a bridge. Can I stand, please? Because if Trico's gonna make it over there, he's gonna need a running start. So we're making a new bridge since Trico completely destroyed this one. Got it? No, 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 honey. No, no, honey. If you pet me, or if you ask for pets, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna push me right off the ledge. We can pet Trico when we get to the White Tower with the barrels. Like an actual good pet. But here you can see what I was talking about, why we destroyed these eyes early. That's one of them, and imagine how much worse it is to try to destroy them when you're on Trico like this. Alright, so over here is where those 2 platforms with armor would have been. So again, Trico doesn't even know they existed. He's not upset. We don't have to calm him down. We don't have to figure out where to shoot them from because he's stomping around. It's just much easier this way. And it looks like he's going completely the wrong direction, but I promise he's not. Here we go. He's just really not good at it. I know, Treeks. His eyes, when he comes out of here, are usually, like, so pretty. Because of the morning light. Here, buddy. Just like the little moisture in him, and he's just so nice. Now, unfortunately, we do have to deal with this armor. There were 2 in the front and 1 behind the tower. This one, you can see what happens when we don't take care of these things ahead of time. Here you go. Need you to spin. Thank you. Rico's gonna, like, maybe readjust. Yeah. Which is what makes this difficult. Alright, he should be steady to shoot here. Yep. Good job. That was about standard, what you expect. You can destroy it from down there by looking straight up, but it's not really recommended because 99% of the time Trico is just going to shift a little bit and be in your way. Okay, buddy, you stay here for a second. So here we go. We have to start making this bridge. You can see one piece of it hanging down over there. Beautiful morning sky, though, with all these... they're called science fact for the day. Those sunbeams that peek through clouds like that are called crepuscular rays. I don't know where I learned that. But it exists in my brain. Thanks, Trico. In a second. There's a piece of the bridge. I'm gonna try to bring up the other side here. Oof. Hey, buddy. Catch me. Oh, okay. He got me eventually. Somehow, he caught me in his mouth and teleported me through his neck. Good dog. Oh, we were down there just a moment ago. That's where Trico absolutely failed to hit all those eyeballs. Do we see anything else from where we've been? I think we're basically too high now. It's all underneath the mist. Whoa, Trico. Okay. So we are approaching the end game, and things are going to get really speedy really quick. We've got 3 more barrels. So that'll slow things down a little bit, but the end of the game very quickly ratchets up the difficulty. Alright, Trico. I'm trusting you, man. Instead of going back down the stairs, we're gonna do a little skip here, but Trico... Oh, it's kind of scary, but he's got me. Just gotta land on his back like that. See if we can get him walking here during the cutscene. He's thinking about it. Oh, yeah, he's got it. Good job. Should be starting to get some music here. I hope. Treeks? Treeks, where's the music? Trico, he completely misunderstood, turns out. Where are we? Trico! That way, my dude. This was supposed to be like an inspirational moment. Okay. You need a quick second to clear your brain. He is so stuck in this room. I've never really seen him do this before. He doesn't really want me to be on his head, is the thing. He'll understand this better if I'm here. But he also he needs to be cleared. His AI needed to be cleared out. There's the music. Which we do have a command, actually, to clear Trico's AI. To just be like, just stop. Forget everything I said. And that's what I used. Because he was getting confused. He's kinda doing it. Alright, so here's where things, as I said, are gonna get much harder very quickly. This is a huge fight. 2 phases. Get rid of these guys first. I need to work with Trico instead of against him. So when he goes to shoot his lightning, he'll stop everything else he's doing. Which means I don't want to be interrupting him when he's actually fighting well. But this is the only thing I can do to help, right? So, like, he is striking there, and we get him to do this. I need to just understand his body language, basically. There we go. These guys, as scary as that is, will not be able to catch me as long as I'm using the mirror. Because it turtles them down like it was at the beginning of the game. Trico's got that. They are susceptible to the mirror. We've just never had it when we've been fighting them before. Alright, Trico's got that. He'll stop that guy from getting me. I trust you. I was foolish. Alright, he's got that guy too. One would hope. Of course he doesn't. He'll figure it out. Alright, that sadly did not knock this guy with the spear down. Trico, I need you to take care of this guy. And I did intentionally interrupt Trico there from attacking this other guy in the hopes that I would be down here in time for this guy. But that was not the case, sadly. Obvious reasons. That is because this guy has a shield. I have no idea what Trico's doing. We want to stop him from participating in the battle. I have lost my chicken dog entirely, it would seem. I have no idea where he is. So we're just going to try to take care of this ourselves. Both these guys are going to be using their ninjutsu stuff on me. Hopefully that gave Trico time to figure out what on earth he's doing. I didn't want to grab that because everything is circle. Where is my creature? I can hear him. Oh no! We got unlucky is what happened. Yep, there's another shield up here. That's why he's not participating. I'm gonna actually eat. No, I'm gonna do this differently. I need to get away from these guys. The odds that one of these other armors spawns with a shield is only like 5%. The one on the bottom always does, but this guy spawning with a shield is super rare. Honey, you gotta shoot, okay? I can't take care of two guys with shields. Alright, that knocked down this other shield. I'm just gonna take care of it. Alright, Trico. Would you like to participate? So that was just really unlucky. I mean, it is what it is. Shrieks. But now you're about to see that Trico is gonna get much worse at this battle. You almost killed me, dude. Because as I said at the beginning, if he gets stopped by one of those shields, he is not as effective anymore. Ah, we didn't get that lightning off either. Hit him twice. Well, so see, he didn't kill that guy. I'm just gonna grab his head, let's be real. So yeah, things get much harder very quickly. I almost died. Trico almost just did me off into the distance. I got this one, buddy. Go take care of somebody else. Nobody's dying because he looked at that shield. We got so unlucky with that spawn. Oh, I can't see the lineup at all. Come on, Shrieks. I got it for you. Get him! If you didn't, because you're bad at fighting now. Alright, but this second phase was over. Okay. We made it. Oh, one way or another. Hi! Was that a bad experience for you? I'm not sure you deserve pets after that, mister. Oh, what a fight. Rico, I am very nervous about this, okay? Because if you don't catch this, oh, it's going into the abyss. Good job. Oh, let's move on. That's gonna push us behind our estimate. Not by much, but like 5 minutes probably. Okay, so I'm gonna trigger a checkpoint here on purpose, and then we're gonna lead Trico backwards. I don't want to have to go get that barrel again. And it's really easy to die here. Second to last barrel. But don't worry, we've got another fight coming up. An even bigger one. Alright. That's a checkpoint as soon as I walk through here. Okay. Come on, Drakes. One more thing. I gotta find it. There it is. Okay. Come here, buddy. Oh, Trico, I don't like that, dude. I don't like that at all. And you're standing. Why are you standing? Whoa! Sit. Thank you. Alright, we have glitched ourselves onto Trico's tail. That's part of the challenge here. Alright, cool. Easy peasy. Oh, that makes me so nervous every time. Okay. Now the only thing we have to count on is that Trico is not going to kick this into the abyss. Which he has definitely done before. During a race, and then I lost. We both just sadly watched it disappear into the fog. Is why we're not going to take that right-hand staircase. We're going to take this one. Hey, Trico! Snackies? Good. Good, good. Okay, so we're basically running any percent now. There's one more barrel. It's unmissable in the sense that you just walk on top of it, and it's really easy. Oh, let's do this. Gonna do a little trick here called elevator skip. By jumping through this hole, and Trico, I need you to not right now, okay? Good. You're supposed to get down here by having Trico sit and then, like, dragging his tail through a hole. That takes forever. Now, what we didn't see was that room that Trico is now sitting in, the one that I jumped down from the ceiling, is an elevator. And at the top of the room, there's a circular door that's closed. So there it is. We've activated one piece of the door. We have to activate all of them, and then the door will open, and we can use the elevator. So all of these things are what open the doors. We gotta deal with all these armors. Trico obviously isn't down here with us. But even though Trico isn't down here, his tail is. In an ideal world, in an ideal speedrun, these guys will bunch up here, Trico will explode them, two of their heads will go in opposite directions and wake up these other armors. That is exactly what happened. You'll love to see it. Bang! Fight's over. Also, we got Thundering Wonder, which is cool. That's destroying a bunch of armor with Trico's lightning. This is just what that trophy is. So that was literally perfect. In exchange for having a horrible fight out front, we got a literally perfect elevator. Almost. Right, last one. That saved us some time. Alright, cool thing about this, you don't need to climb Trico's tail back up. You're just here. Alright, here we go. Final fight in the game. 3 phases. So we tried to do this in the previous fight and it didn't work because Trico accidentally killed one too many. But guys are going to come out with those shields, right? And we really need Trico to not look at those shields. If you startle the armors as they come out, they'll be like, whoa, it's the boy, hold on, let me just grab him real quick. And they'll drop their shield. But if you do it right when they come out, they'll drop it inside the door, and then when the door closes, it'll lock their shield inside. So we want to try to space this out so that they are dropping their shields inside the doors. And we don't have to worry about the armors bothering Trico. Which, as I said, is what we were trying to do before. I can't see my mirror. Oh, dude, you are destroying them, man. Alright, he's got that one, so I'm gonna change my target. No sense in us fighting the same enemies. Whoa! He's stuck! Get him, Trico! Nice. Okay, well that's not how that was supposed to work, but it was funny. Okay, I don't want to be caught here. Because that's how bad things happen. I was on world record pace once, and I got caught, and Trico saved me, to his credit, but in so doing, he knocked me down a hole, and one of the holes in this elevator, and I had to just completely restart the fight. I lost the world record because of that. Well, let's not do that, huh? Ooh, ooh. I thought one of the armors was going down a hole. Alright, we've still got 2 left. Rico will get this one. I need to trust him to get the next one without looking at him. We'll see if he does. How you doing, buddy? He always struggles a little bit with this one, and that's fine. Why is he on the one on the pedestal? Rico, we could save this one for later, honey. Okay, I need to whip around like really quick. Rico, I need you to take care of the other one, bud. There you go. Alright. Oh god. The getting grabbed was not supposed to happen because I am right outside this door. Don't do it! Don't do it, bro! Drop me! Whoa, that was so close. Oh, that's not gonna work out timing-wise, I don't think, for this one. Is he already out? What has happened here? There's supposed to be another armor with a shield. Where is he? Okay. Thank you. Are we gonna... No, he doesn't exist. Okay. Maybe that's the blessing that we get for dealing with the extra shield guy at the start. We don't get one here now. The universe has smiled upon us. Alright, Trico. It's one dude. You can do it. Close. Try again. Yes. Good job, buddy. Oh. Well, that was a fight. The fact that we didn't get a shield guy is weird. But these fights, weirdly, can be different. Every now and then, runners get super, super lucky, and they just don't get 3 phases. They just get 2. And one time, one person got 4. So, basically, this game just makes up the rules as it goes. I don't know. So, as you can see, we're gonna be overestimate. Sorry. It's not gonna be that bad. I mean, we are at the end of the game, but there's just a couple cutscenes I can't skip. Estimate's 405, right? Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, just like the really... It really was, like, the bad RNG for that armor. Rico, honey, I'm sorry, bud. We're not doing pets right now, okay? It was the super bad RNG for that armor in the first fight that cost us, like, multiple minutes. Alright, that's every barrel. We got the trophy and everything. As proof that we have, in fact, gotten all the barrels. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Yeah, no, I just, we're not gonna be that far over. It's no big deal, but... It was just kind of funny that it was Just such bad RNG with that armor, and then what's the other thing? I mean, I guess the Coliseum barrel lost us quite a while. But I mean, that's kind of expected as well. That's the big wild card in this run. Like I said, during a previous really, really long thon, I lost 21 minutes there, so... all things considered, not the worst. Right, Treeks? Alright, we're gonna grab this window instead of waiting for Trico to go, because it's much harder to get into this if we wait for the next one. So yeah, new estimate is probably going to be closer to 415. 413 maybe. Because with those two things kind of being funny the way they were. Oh, I didn't pet Trico! Oh, buddy, I'm sorry. I forgot. I wanted to pet Trico to show you how cute he was. That's right, Run is still blessed because poop. That was another reason we lost time. Because I was rushing to the poop to try to get world record. And it was close. It's actually really close. I mean, I have the world record, but I wanted to make it better. So hey, we found this weird thing at the top of the White Tower. So there's that. Don't worry about any explanations for what this thing is. Ooh, really nice. I love to see that. The tree goes underneath this fan. We gotta stop the fan for him to make sure he can get out. I know, buddy, but you gotta go, hun. Alright, he is gonna run. I was just gonna check. He can poop there too, so I just kind of wanted to see. Beautiful shot, obviously. This is one of the most iconic places in the game. What's the current record for poop? It's 220 something. I've already forgotten, but I had a 225 something. Like, it's in the 220s. I don't think it's 220. So here's that same signal we saw before. The one that got the other Trico's attention. And Trico hears something and he's like, oh no. Look at all those chickens. So, last chance to avoid spoilers, I guess. Because we're about to, well, making some Baja Blast, turns out. So the thing with, like, Trico eating people, like, that's actually a thing, right? It seems that all of them do that. Eating people and then, like, spitting them back up. Trico didn't stand a chance against one of these. You know it's not really gonna go well when there's, like, 7. I think there are 7, there might be 8. You get a trophy for touching all of them. Alright, Trico's trapped. My leg's broken. We're not gonna deal with that. We're just gonna reset so my leg isn't broken. They knocked the mirror away from me, which is the thing I'm trying to go get. So there's nothing we can do about this. There's nothing we can do to make it faster. It's really tense during a speed run when you're on world record pace and you just have to, like, watch this. Just being like, oh, please go faster. So down there, we might as well do a little tour. Down there's the 2 towers where we made the bridge. He's not really going to show it. A little bit further down is where we hit the eyes. Yeah, he's so inked. I've been caught so many times. It's really obvious in the ending cutscene how much you've been caught. Whether the tattoos, like, go up onto your face or not. And mine definitely do. I have them on the jawline. For real. Like, this kid is going to have, like, bad knees by the time he's 20. His legs will be non-functional. Really, it's just the whiplash, I think. His neck. From being thrown around so much. So this Trico just, like, can't get us off of him. So he's coming back down to land because he's like, alright, I can't get this thing off. Help me. Whoa! Whoa, what is happening? Oh, what is happening? Oh, this is fantastic! Oh, yes! I loved that. That was great. Yeah, no, there's definitely, like, a you did as bad as you can level of ink. For sure. It's on your... It basically covers almost your whole face, except for your eyes and mouth. It's on your forehead, it's on your chin, up the sides. Yeah, no, that glitch was really fun. Point where, at the White Tower skip, where Trico's supposed to catch you, the boy did the animation of Trico catching him, but Trico didn't catch him. So, basically that happened, and he, like, Beybladed off into the distance. It was extremely funny. Alright, so they ripped Trico's tail off. Very sad. However, in doing so... Oh, it's so glitchy. Like, that straight up just glitched me down here as well. In doing that, they threw Trico's tail over here to the master, and Trico's tail still works, even if it's not attached to him anymore. And this is gonna be time coming up here, once I hit the master this second time. time. So yeah, about I guess what, 8 minutes? 8 minutes over estimate. This is really loud, so I'm not gonna play it. But yeah, we went a little over, mostly because of that fight at the front of the White Tower. Because like I said, getting that extra guy to spawn with a shield is super, super rare, like 5%-ish. So it's and I didn't get to see it because I was down below. Because normally you get to see it and you just deal with it, right? But we just got super unlucky is all that was. Yeah, no, I feel bad. I was just like, oh no. Anyway. But thanks for having me, everybody. I will be back next week on the 10th. We're going to be doing a Tricofecta relay. Me with Last Guardian, Tic Tac, who is the world record holder in a bunch of Shadow of the Colossus things, doing the Shadow of the Colossus part, and Hayaoki, the world record holder for Eco, running the Eco part. So we're going to be running all 3 Team Eco games in a relay, and we're really hoping that that's going to be world record. We're feeling really good about it. So I'll be back next week, but thanks for hanging out, everyone. Say hi to the next runner. Look forward to them. Bye.